dusty room, this hazy afternoon. I'm breathing in this silence like never before. This feeling that I get, this one last cigarette as I lay awake and wait for you to come through that door. Oh, maybe, maybe, maybe I can share it with you. I behave so I can share it with you. You are not alone, dear loneliness. You forgot, but I remember this. So stranger things have happened, I know. I'm not alone, dear loneliness. I forgot that I remember this. So stranger things have happened, I know. Somewhere the smoke will fill the air as I lay awake and wait for you to walk out that door. I can change, but who you want me to be? I'm the same. What do you want me to be? You are not alone, dear loneliness. You forgot, but I remember this. So stranger things have happened, I know. Stranger things have happened, I know. I'm not alone, dear loneliness. I forgot that I remember this. Oh, stranger things have happened, I know.
You know, I never understood all these elaborate tortures. It's the simplest thing to cause more pain than a man can possibly endure. It's not only the immediate agony, but the knowledge that if you do not yield soon enough, there will be little left to identify you as a man. The only question remains, will you yield in time?
say heaven is the thing. You trade your legs for angels' wings. One day we've all said goodbye. You take a running leap and you learn to fly. Bye, bye, little Sebastian. Miss you in the satisfaction. Bye bye, little Sebastian. You're 5,000 candles in the wind. You know we all miss you every day. We know you're up there reading heaven's hay. And here's the part that hurts the most. Humans cannot ride a ghost. Bye bye, little Sebastian. Miss you in the satisfaction. Bye bye, little Sebastian. Yeah, 5,000 candles in the wind. Everybody singing now. Bye bye, little Sebastian. Miss you in the satisfaction. Bye bye, little Sebastian. You're 5,000 candles in the wind. Maybe someday we'll saddle up again. And I know I'll always miss my horsiest friend. Spread your wings and fly. Spread your wings and fly. Well, it caught me by surprise when I looked into the eyes of a girl so beautiful and so delightful. With luscious hair and crimson skin, her passion knows no bounds. You'll fall in love with this courtesan tonight. She's your ruby, a singer by the sea, fulfilling all your fantasies. You're the ruby. If you follow down her hands, they'll always lead to more. Ruby, ruby, ruby. Ruby.
going on? Let's see what we got in this chat over here. What's going on, Tree Tobin? How do you add to the queue? It's pretty simple, dude. It's kind of written everywhere.
join, then it's that. And then you complain that it's taking too long. Well, my dude, perhaps this isn't the stream for you. If it's too complicated for you. Thank you, Lamontis. Appreciate the follow. If it's too complicated to type a couple letters into the chat, and then a few minutes later, it's too long for you to get your feedback reviewed.
General Tips, how you doing? Thank you for the heads up. My mic was in reduce mode for some reason, so I just turned off the noise gate. What's going on, dude? Welcome back to the stream. You're always kind. You're always patient. Yeah, Traytoven, can't help you, apparently. But what is going on, folks? Who do we got in this queue right now? Traytoven, Jacques Anka. Well, shit. And on top of it, this motherfucker be tripping. Traytoven, if you're still in the chat and you're still interested, give me a shout. Drop your link and give me a shout. Otherwise, I'll just take you out of the queue myself. I don't mind. Jack Anka, what's going on, my dude? There, you get a guitar welcome. Am I a petty bitch? What's going on? All right. Traytoven, looks like you're gonna have to learn how to play nice. Jack Anka, you are first up, and we're gonna start this. Oh no, I didn't want to join. I wanted to go next. Jesus. And by the way, for those wondering, that's how you leave the queue. Wow, I guess I am a petty bitch. All right. How's everyone doing, by the way, as we get to Jack Anka's track and we pull up these links? How's everyone doing today? And how has everyone been this past week? It's been more than a week, actually. It's been about 8 days since the last stream, if I'm not mistaken. What's up, Couch Locks? Welcome back. Nice to see ya. Oh no, not again with this bullshit. My guitar pedals have been doing this for a while. This thing where they kind of trip balls. Okay, I think this works. What's up, Jack Anka? Where you were? Jach Anka, I think, is how that is pronounced. I don't remember anymore. I'm sorry. It's been a long week. Working government contracts is always fun. But Jach Anka, you're here with us. Hit me up with your link, my dude. Couch Lock, what's up? I've been all right. Been working a lot these days. A lot of contracts. Still managing to trying to squeeze in those streams in between and around as much as I can, you know. But yeah, it's a tough gig, man. Working government contract, not government. Well, yeah, government was in this particular case the case, but working those sound corporate AV contracts. It's weird hours, man. I don't think I would have ever gotten up at 4:30 in the morning were it not for a job that I don't particularly mind working. But yeah, that seems to have been what I've had to do for the past week. So that was awesome as a night owl. Jack Anka, if you're I'm gonna tag you one more time, but if you're not submitting the link, you gotta go, dude. We're gonna move on.
My dude, send your link. Before I play the dissonant chords again. Don't make me play Mario music, man. Send me your link. Thank you. Don't make me play the castle where you have to rescue Princess Peach, but she's not actually there. Then you have to go to another castle, and she's not there either. Then you have to go to the Underwater Kingdom, the Air Kingdom. Then you have to go to the Sound World. The Sand World, not the Sound World. Here, this is the Sound World. All of those levels, just so you can save a princess who's like, thanks. Okay, bye. Fucking Mario, man. What a cuck. Oh man. All right. Let's get on with this. This is Jach Anka, The Epic Journey of Duck, Part 2, mind you, because there was a Part 1. Why have I not heard the Part 1 is beyond me, but here we are. Let's listen and see what we've got. Jach Anka, Epic Journey of Duck, Part 2. Let's go. Call it there before I actually listen to the whole thing. This is good stuff, man. This is a lot of fun to listen to, honestly. So that's a mission accomplished on that. That I think is it's number one. I'm like sort of envisioning this epic journey of a fucking duck. So what more can you say? I'd put maybe Official Kitaru. Thank you for the follow. And welcome for the first time to our stream. We appreciate you with us. I will have a few comments in terms of the mix itself, but the arrangement, the songwriting, the orchestral feel that transforms into the epic journey of Duck. Like, I can't keep saying it. I think guitar solo instead of key solo would kill it on that track. I mean, there was a guitar solo, and then he alternated to
a key solo, and I actually personally think that was a welcome change, because it changes up the texture a little bit and throws us into a different zone altogether, which could be like futuristic. I don't love the way the synth was mixed. It was a little too forward. We'll talk about that a little bit. But I'll see you, Couch Locked, and I'll raise you, is that in the last solo moments of this track, first of all, you could expand on this. This could be a soundtrack, right? Like, we could make this into a whole theme for a character or a thing or whatever it is. It's great. It's good. It's that good. But I would see a trumpet solo. What do y'all think of that? Like, I think really... Like, I hear that, and it kind of gives me the... this is sort of more of an epic journey. That plus with the plus the addition of like French horns, really, really far out. I like trumpets, or maybe an oboe. You know, oboe. Exactly. I was about to say oboe actually relates to duck a little bit, and Jach beat me to it. But exactly that. It sounds duckish, so it's pretty good as a choice. It might be preferable, Jach, to replace your synth solo with an oboe solo, and then expand to a trumpet. I think that might be almost like the natural evolution. A trumpet is like kind of an epic oboe, if you want to see it that way. It's kind of like what Bulbasaur is to oboe, as Venusaur is to trumpet. Not really. It would be what's the other the second evolution of Bulbasaur? I don't remember. Either way, this is my point. Is like, it's sort of in terms of epicness, evolve from an oboe to a trumpet would be my move. All right, let's talk about a few notes here. I've said a lot of what I've liked about this track. I don't love, however, the left and right image. Hey, let me just skip to it without playing it, that SoundCloud. Thank you. I don't love the... Let's close this too. I don't love the left and right image necessarily when these bigger elements come in. It sounds kind of very, this goes here, and this goes here, and this goes there. It's very compartmentalized left and right, whereas what I would want to feel is more of like a spectrum of sound, kind of like some things shouldn't be just centered, some things should be spread out more to create this wall, this experience. This is what you would hear if this was performed live in an orchestral context, in a live room where they don't use microphones. They use the projection of the instruments to their advantage. That's why they like physically have to place them in front or in back of them. Like, some things have to physically go behind other instruments because they're louder, so they can reach farther distances with their projections. So they put them farther back on the stage, and it's all the acoustics of the room that are just projecting that sound. The reason I say all of this is that's kind of how I want you to visualize your mix. I want you to see what instruments are at the front of the stage, taking the spotlight, if you will, taking the first chair, and then like mix by spreading out on like a visual basis your instrumentalists across the stage. I want to do that. I want you to do that because what I hear now is gaps in your left and right, and I think that's an easy way to visualize. Okay, well, 5%, each increment of like 3 to 5%. Choose a number, pick a number, okay, and then like incrementalize with that, depending usually on how many instruments you have. Usually increments of 5% left or right is usually how you're going to visualize the spread on the stage, where center is just 0% and like 10% left will be 10% stage right, or house left if you want to see it that way. Just literally just spread out your instruments across the stage. That's what I want you to do. I think that'll work better for you. Still maintaining kick and snare and bass in the center is probably a good idea, just for the record. We're going to get to drums right now, actually, because it is my next note, but just on a mixing sense, that'll probably give you the least trouble. Now, let's talk a little bit about the drums. This is actually probably my biggest problem in the entire song, if you will. I'm not a huge fan of the emphasis you're putting on your kick or your snare. The samples are okay, but the volumes are not. I think your kick and your snare need to move up in the mix as if they were kind of taking center stage. Again, this is a less visual trick and more of a just what the volume needs to be trick. But it's a way of looking at it, I guess. Dom Rocks, yo! What's good, my dude? Thank you for being with us, for joining the queue. And it is indeed a long time no see. Happy to see you, though, nonetheless. Very, very happy to see you. So that's we're gonna talk to you, Dom Rocks, but let's get back to Jachanka's track here. Let's hear what I'm talking about just before we talk about anything. Let's listen to this. Was it here? No, it was over here. Oh, it was there. Okay. Ill Vision, how you doing? Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. So yeah, I hear it here. Now I'm hearing this thing is very much here, and this thing is very much in the center. It doesn't help personally that Jachanka, that the guitars are really center panned. That doesn't help what I'm hearing here. The toms, they're good. Like the sound of them is good. The reverb is not my favorite, if I'm being honest. Yeah, you're gonna need something a little juicier, dude. Like, I'll help here. Let me help a little bit. To have you visualize, rather, audiolize. Audiolize? Sure. To have you audiolize what I hear. So when you hear it with, drums that are thick and juicy, it tends to make a little bit more sense to me personally. But that's just me. Just saying. All right, that's my note. And again, I have a reverb that is pretty quick on my toms, but I find that it is quite juicy, so I kind of like where it is for my drums. But I think for yours, you will need a bigger tom reverb than that. I just don't think this one is the one, personally. Last thing, we're going to talk about this synth here. So, the thing that happens when you mix high frequencies is if you bring them up a little bit too high, they're all you hear in a way. Like you could focus on other things, but they're those annoying frequencies that kind of just dig into your ear and are kind of like, that's what I feel is happening here. That synth that has such cutting frequencies doesn't necessarily need to be that loud in order to achieve the impact, which is to provide some high-end, like, ear relief almost. Right now what's happening is the opposite. I feel like it's having some ear pain in a way. Light pain, nothing crazy, but I think it could just be a little less aggressive in your mix. Bringing that back. I don't think that a synth is out of place here. I think that it changes things up to a different level, but I might do oboe instead of synth. Even I would maybe recompose the solo a little bit because it doesn't match necessarily what an oboe solo might sound like melodically. Or you could do a combination where you go oboe, synth, and trumpet. So you break it up a little bit. You have that digitalized sound, but it's in between actual instruments that sound a little like more authentic and genuine. Either way, we got to do something about this synth section. Let's just hear that last part just to hear what it sounds like. It's cool. It's hype. It's high pitch. It's good. It's just, I think a trumpet at that point might be a little bit more triumphant, honestly. Trumpets. Hey, does anyone play the trumpet? Yeah, so trumpets and French horns at this point are like your expansion point, and you're going to want it to get that big at the end, I think. That's just what I think. But I think that's all I got to say about your track. The adventure was fun. I had fun on that trip. I had fun on that voyage, if you will. Oh, that's why I was so zoomed in. I was like, why do I look so big today? Because I was not zoomed out fully. I had fun on that adventure. I had a lot of had a great time, like sort of following Duck on their quest. So that for me is already a mission accomplished. Now you just want to tune it up and make it perfect. This is what I would do. Either way, Jachanka, thank you so much for allowing us to listen to the track online, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Whatever have you. Appreciate you also being the first one to actually submit. Some of us, I guess, are busy and don't have the time to stick around for 10 minutes. I'm petty, okay? We've said this already. Thank you very much, Jachanka, for trusting us with your track. For allowing us to trust you, for allowing us the opportunity to be trusted with your track. You know what I mean? Either way, thank you. Stick around, Jach, as we're going to be listening to now Couchlocked's track. And we're going to be listening for a few more, including Dom Rocks. Been a while, my dude. Nice to see you again. And what is that, King of Queens, that show with what's his face? I don't know. Is it I forget that fucking guy's name even. Such a bad actor. Couchlocked, let's get you linked up here. Or let's get us linked up, I guess. Kevin James, thank you. Thank you very much. He's so bad. He's so bad. Here comes the boom. Is that a movie he's in? Or is that like a Paul Blart Mall Cop say? I've never seen that movie, so I don't know what that is. Is Couchlock not with us right now? Oops, not. There we go. Kevin James is the most basic nothing name ever. Agreed. Just like his acting. That's mean. He was okay in Hitch. All that many years ago when it was acceptable. All right, here we go. Pulling it up. Thank you very much, Couchlocked. He's got contacts for us. So this is something that I started working on for my label. Because Couchlock be a signed artist now. Yes, sir. Still in idea phase. Got to sequence it different, but wanted to get thoughts on it from a friend with honest criticism. Well, you will find both a friend and honest criticism in these parts here, Couchlocked. In these parts, we do nothing but honest criticism, but we also do friendship. I don't know if you're American, but good luck. I don't know what the hell's going on down there anymore. I have no idea what's going on. Officially confused by that entire affair. It seems the competition is who lies the best now. That's what it seems to be a race of. I have no idea if this is relevant to you at all, Couchlocked, but anybody who's down there, good luck. My God, like those living in the place where all of this is the way you decide how your country runs, good luck to you. That is not the place I would live, personally. Me too, I'm moving to Canada. Good. Do it. Good. You really should. My girlfriend just cheered in the other room. You should. It's a good thing. It's probably, we need people first. And second of all, God. Okay. Anyways, let's lose ourselves a little bit in our art and think a little bit less about reality right now, because I want to. And so let's talk about Gut Shot by Couchlocked. I'm going to listen to approximately the same length, about two or so minutes of this, get some good context, and then see what we think. Again, we're looking for ideas from a friend with honest criticism. Let's go. Gut Shot, Couchlocked. Here we go.
Drop beat. Drop beat.
Jeez, sorry. I was trying to adjust my levels. It's so fucking loud, dude. I know I keep saying this, but like, honestly, my ears are ringing by the end of your song, dude. Like, ow! Stop hurting me! This is the thing. It comes into my compressor and it probably slams it for you guys hearing it. I wonder what it sounds like. But for me, I don't have a compressor on my speaker output, so I hear the full dynamic range. And like, ow! It's starting to become painful, especially combined with the fact that Illvision is right. It is a little bit aggressive in the high end. It was my first note where it starts aggressive in the high end. And it's like, it continues. I was hoping personally in midway through here, this section, when you were like bringing in that skanking sort of synth, I was hoping for kind of like a halftime, big halftime rhythm section, which never came. And I was kind of like, oh, well, that's too bad. But arrangement wise, man, this is a good question. I might have to give this another listen to like note your sections because it's all very fluid. It's all very fluid. I do like what you said was I like all of the parts to this one, trying to figure out how I want to arrange it. And I totally get what you mean on this one. Like you have a bunch of great Lego pieces and you're just figuring out what idea your castle is gonna like follow. You know what I mean? What idea the design of your castle will follow. You also gave a reason for the harshness in your mix. Probably you started this last night, haven't done pinpoint subtractive EQing yet. Yeah, probably something to look out for sure. Ron Chaser TV, how do you request a song? Welcome to the chat for the first time, by the way. And thank you, my mod, for getting on that. Appreciate it. Couchlock, that's a great idea on the halftime section. I'm hoping it works because when I hear that skank, I'm just hearing reggae / dubstep influence. Like that's what I'm hearing that happen. Just hearing that in my ears, in my ear balls. I love you too. Yes, I made it to another stream. What is up? Welcome back, I should say. Yeah, what's up? We're listening to Couchlock's track. We're gonna actually listen to it, I think, section by section to sort of get a feel for it, just because, damn, there's a lot of interesting things going on here. So let's start back at the top here. All right, I think for everyone's sake, I'm going to lower this volume a little bit because it's probably coming into the compressor. It's not doing anything. There's no reason for it to be this loud, but if you insist, I insist on lowering it. So at this point, either way, I think the repetition of the same section, it's going to need something like a drone or something like that to be in the background, so to sort of like fill in space. Probably, what are you composing in? E? No, F. This is a key. This is in the key of F. So you're probably going to want to put a C, like a high C, something like... I played every note except the C. You want to have like a drone of like a high C and something like that, and just have it kind of cruise in there. Is it possible to submit an MP3 file instead of a SoundCloud link? That will unfortunately not be possible, as everything is done here in the platform, here in Stream, in Twitch, and SoundCloud and whatnot. No downloads. Unfortunately, my computer is old enough. No need to subject it to people's files. No offense. Yeah. Perceived volume might come down some in the end. Currently, it's got my slapped on Master Effects chain. Yeah. I hope, because I mean, I'm just like, even when I lowered it in my master, I still have to turn it down in my mons. It's just really, it's aggressive. So let's keep going through this. I think that section might need, that's a little bit of variation. That's what I was getting at here with the sustained note, just to add something that's different. Funny here, I would actually take out some of the background elements and then add them back. I don't know what it is. It sounds like a good intro section. This sort of grimy, kind of bouncy, it is glitch hoppy. It is really, really cool as an intro section goes, but I would probably remove some of the glitchy backgroundy elements, maybe even those skanks, take them out and then put them in, sort of like A/A then B kind of formation.
Drop it.
Liking all of this so far. I would want, like, I don't know, man. It feels like it should drop after that. It feels like it should drop right there. And then this is your break. The bam, 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 bam. Like, sort of, it feels like this is naturally your, like, break before the drop right there. And then there's a drop, and then there's this section, and then you add in a halftime rhythm, and then you get to a full-time rhythm. That's what it sounds like to me. Maybe it's just me. Maybe one of these sections could do with being pushed. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe this first section here. Okay, another idea here. When you do that, the rising drums, I'd cut background elements for sure. Put the emphasis on that. Put like a glitch into that section, so it goes like, even maybe a riser in the background to like emphasize that drop. If you really want to get crazy, that riser, you can make it like a, you know what I mean? That's that sort of really intense emphasis on that section. On that particular like riff, I guess more of a drum riff or like a fill than anything else. I appreciate you, Illvision. Personally, I need some oomph behind the kick and the low end. Really? I think there's so much. Hold on, let me make sure I'm not talking out of my ass here. I mean, there is a lot. There's a lot. Can it do with more really low, like really low Illvision? Yeah. Not against it. Not against it. If you look here, let's actually, I got this lovely thing set up here. Let's see what it does. I mean, that's a lot of low end. That's quite a bit of low end. When the high frequencies go in, it starts to clash. Yeah, Let me turn this off now. It's getting nauseating. Yeah, it does start to step on the kick a little bit. I'll bring it back for a review when I finish it. I'm down to hear that finished project. Let's keep going here just through this section because I do like this. Yeah, I like that your second drop is kind of like this, by the way. I like it personally. I like that it's taking a completely different shape, a completely different sort of approach to the song. So that for me is a winner. That's one of the moves I think you're going to want to keep. The super breakbeaty kind of second drop. I love that. Let's go to the last part here. Again, I would like that keyboard is a lot going on, and I would actually put more emphasis on it and kind of solo it out a little bit and kind of, if it's glitch hop, if you're calling it glitch hop, the focus should be constantly between a bunch of different things, which means you should be like using both a lot of elements as a texture as well as very few elements focused in and boosted up as another texture, and you should be constantly switching between those two. I don't know, I'm no glitch hop expert, but it sounds to me like all of the glitch hop that I've heard that really strikes a balance between focusing on so many elements at a time and focusing on so few. And it's really about the dance between the two, the contrast between being overwhelmed and being just whelmed overtly. Let's go with that. But overall, yeah, I totally agree with you. Ill Vision, it's a great track, and I think that you got some building upon this to do, but the bricks that are here are super fucking cool. Super fucking loud, and I'm gonna keep reinforcing the statement. I did the same thing with, what was his face? Krayos. Krayos used to be a regular here, and I would tell him, like, your track's pretty fucking loud, dude. You know, it's gonna affect your work, and it's just the thing I just keep saying because, like, ow, my ears hurt. That said, thank you either way. It's a really cool track. I had very few actual like notes so much as I had more so than I had ideas, just because we were like shooting the shit. But yeah, you said that this is what I want to sort of congratulate you on, Couch Locked, is that your output master, what's it called? What did you call it? Your slapped on master effects chain. That you're able to just slap on a master effects chain and achieve this level of loudness. That's impressive. That's impressive because it means you've worked a template that is, you have control over the volume that you want for each track, which is, it shows me competence. It's what it demonstrates to me. It demonstrates to me not a lack of knowledge, but an abundance of it. You have managed to get your track to -5 LUFS and above. That's a feat. That without distorting, without going over zero, digitally, I guess, that's a feat. I'm not as good as you in that particular respect. So again, that shows me competence. And I guess my personal preference is now that you use that competence wisely. Dose it, use it in measured doses. Because loudness, it's such a funny concept that, like, if we all just start fighting over whose dick is bigger, we're gonna end up fucking not getting, like, it reminds me of, what meme was that? Was it the meme, or was it from like Brooklyn Nine-Nine or something? Like, I can sing louder than everyone. That's like the measure of greatness. No, it was 30 Rock, I think. There was a character, like there was one of the secondary characters in one of the episodes who's like measurable for singing greatness was how loud they could sing. And I remember being so, like, it was so funny to me. I don't remember if it was 30 Rock, but it was something. Either way, it's a great track. And again, you have all of the options at your disposal, which is wonderful. So now let's get them in good order. I'm very curious to hear what it sounds like when it's all arranged, however. So thank you, Couch Lock, for allowing us to listen to it, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. We are always grateful to hear your creativity in action, because you seem to just be an endless factory of this just fat, grimy, glitchy music. And I'm in for that. That used to be music that I would lose my shit over when I was in my electronic phase. So I'm spoiled. Truly. So thank you for trusting us with your track. Stick around as we do listen to the next one, which is Official Kitaru, the person who was asking how to see the queue. Once again, mod to the rescue. Thank you, Emotionless. And also, it is you next. So, there we go. Apparently there is an ad for some. Therefore, I will do this thing. What am I going to do? What do I play? I don't play guitar. Cool! We ain't talking about love. My love is rotten to the core. Ain't talking about love. Just like I told you before. Before? Someone's got to help me. Escape this mortal coil! Alright, here we got Kitaru, Off My Mind, the work in progress. Welcome once again, Official Kitaru. We appreciate you being with us for the first time on this day. I think? Yes. I will, we're going to listen to 2 minutes of this, Kitaru, if you don't know how this works. Free listens are up to 2 minutes, and then we talk about what we think about it. And then the subscribers get up to 3 minutes of playback at Tier 1. Tier 2, you get up to the 4 minutes. You get up to the rock length if you're a Tier 2 subscriber. And Tier 3, 5 minutes and above, depending on circumstances and queue length, mostly. How many people are waiting in line? Can we listen to an Opeth song? It depends on how many people are waiting on us. So I guess that, I think, is perfectly fair. Either way, for now, Off My Mind, the work in progress by Kitaru. Let's listen. And by the way, I love your art. Really cool. Let's listen.
That
to stop it there because I hear your build beginning. Let's just scan through here just to make sure we're not missing anything crucial. Okay. So I see the formula you're operating by here, Kitaru. I appreciate it. I can say that your textures and your overall aesthetic is super cool. And your arrangement is almost ready. Almost ready. It's got some drag to it in that it's at some point I would cut to the chase a little faster if I was the one making this track. Let's elaborate a little bit. So let's cut right to the beginning, back to the beginning, I guess. Really, you're gonna make me? Oh, there's no like master rewind. Okay, well, fuck it. We're there anyways. Oreo Prodigy, thank you for following and joining. We appreciate the support, the way you support the stream and the way you do. Ill Vision vocals, yes, I'm in. I do appreciate the vocals, but we're gonna talk about how we can appreciate the vocals better. I would rise up the BPM a little bit there, and I know which moment you're referring to. It's a choice. Wouldn't be mine, but I respect it. Oreo Prodigy, mine is the polar opposite of this one, was super chill, fire track. Looking forward to hearing it. Oreo Prodigy, be sure to stick around. If you gotta leave, you press Command Leave, and you could just hop out at any time. Let's, however, get back to the start of this one here. So, right off the bat, around measure 3, there should have been something else happening. Whether it's a riser, whether it's a melody, whether it's ambience, something's got to happen there. Because repeating the same thing for 4 bars and hoping that someone's going to tune in until the 4th, only to hear a little bit more of the same, basically. I'm losing track of time. You know, that plus hi-hat and vocals. The growth of this song is already starting a little bit slowly. The hi-hat, it's a little bit aggressive in the high end, if I'm being honest. Let's turn this up a little bit. I had to turn it down for the other track, but let's turn it up a little bit and get a little more volume out of this. Easy to do when I call you mine. I'm used to being with you daily. See, here you put your riser as of the 3, which is good. That's a good move. We should repeat this. We should have something here, whether it be just temporary inserts, glitches, echoes, whispers, something. There should be something there. So far, I don't really have any problems with the mix. But as soon as we get to the part where the beat drops, I unfortunately have to say something. Can't get you off my mind lately. You told me that I was the only one. So, vocals are too low. Not only the vocals are too low, but the synth that is playing at the same time is too loud. And I think that even if you get that leveling right, one will be eternally stepping on the other. So what I recommend you do is A, turn your vocals up, baseline. B, turn that synth down, baseline. And C, probably more importantly, and no, not more importantly, but equally as important, sidechain a multiband compressor or a dynamic EQ from your vocals to that synth, so that the synth is sort of bowing to the vocals. We don't lose the synth in the mix, we keep it there, but whenever the vocals are there, we're just hearing a little bit more advantageously, we're putting a little more emphasis on the vocals than the synth, and then the synth is sporadic enough to come back on its own, you know, and hold its own, is what I'm trying to say. So that would be my move there. Yeah, that's pretty much all I got to say about that. Let's keep listening here. Didn't listen to my friends when you said to run. Now I hate that I got this attachment. Got a talent, believe in me, abandoned one. So again, same comment here is like every third measure, every third bar, there should be something that's like expanding or developing or growing. I'm hearing a lot of repeated copy-pasted patterns, and I'm not hearing the personality that is you adding on or changing something so that the song doesn't remain stagnant. which is, I think, some part of what is happening here. I think it speaks to your comment as well, Illvision. By the way, you got some great insights on music, just saying. Nice to have you. It carries potential for a high energy, but it feels a bit slow to be able to contain it. But of course, it's a subjective opinion. I think you're halfway there. I think slow songs can have a lot of energy. I think songs can be charged with tension and not release, and have as much energy as a song with a vice versa sort of approach. I think, however, what empowers that is a song that is in flux. Benjamin Rich, thank you for following. Appreciate you. Welcome with us today. How long's the queue? Someone command queue me. Command queue me, chat. Let's go. Yeah, so I think what empowers something like that is, there you go, you figured it out. Thank you, Benjamin Rich. I think what empowers that is something that is ever shifting, that is ever changing, that sort of complements itself within itself. And what I mean by that is, when you're adding on an element, you might have already taken an element that you might have already made an element in your song that you can take and copy paste back as just an accent, as just something that is different in the middle of two bars. You know what I mean? Just to create a transition or to create an emphasis on a particular instrument. You might already have it within your track. You might only need to be referring to it in a section such as this one here, and then like where you're drawing from is this section in your song. That is a completely viable option in terms of keeping your song fresh. You could refer to itself, but it needs to refer to something. And it always needs to refer to either the next section or something that comes up later or something that happened before it or something new. It always has to keep referring. It always has to keep growing. And I've said this before, if your song is not growing in terms of like energy, volume, or interest, over time, you're losing momentum. And I think that that's the phenomenon, since it's singular, that you're describing here, Illvision, is that it carries the potential for high energy, but it feels slow. And that's, I think, what we're hearing here. I think the only tip I can give here is to keep in mind the listener won't stick with you for long unless you keep them engaged. If you upload this in YouTube and see the statistics later, you'd find that people would tune out 15 seconds into the beat. That is a super correct sort of resume, and that is all the advice that I'm giving is basically made so that can be fulfilled. The reason that my first note was at 8 seconds, there needs to be a change up. That is literally to keep people engaged. And everything that I've been saying so far is you have elements that if people stay on board for, they will be sort of satiated. There's a nice sound there. There's a nice texture. But the trick is to keep people on board with you. And unfortunately, it's not just good sound design and good lyrics and good recording quality that's going to do that. It's good production. It's good arrangement. It's good songwriting. It is good package dealing. What you're saying, the polish is still needed, Kitaru. Well, the polish is needed, but first you got to grow out your nails before you polish, right? Like, I love painting my nails. I didn't do it this time, but I'm going to do it one of these days. But if my nails are wrecked, you're not polishing shit. You need to build out that base. And the base, we have to align ourselves that the base includes things like that keep a listener engaged. That is the basis of what good songwriting includes. And a lot of my notes are very much that. Like, the next note that I had was a musical change up at 050. Like, right over here.
You call me just to call it quits.
It was my next note. It was like, we gotta change it up here as well. It's gotta keep me entertained. And again, as a musician, I could totally be mature about it and say, I'm gonna listen to it full out, and I'm gonna like give it its shot in the sun, its day in the sun. I did the exact same thing the other day for a King Gizzard with a record. I think it was Petro something. Anyways, I listened to from start to finish the whole thing. And I was talking to my friend the whole time, but I was listening to the album. And I'm mature enough to be able to do that as a musician, but I'm not your target audience. I am, because I'll share the shit out of your music, but I'm not. I have the attention span for songs. You're dealing with people who are not. And again, the same thing that I have to say about that is sort of applies to your build as well here. You high-passed your kick, and you added a slight riser, and then you brought it back too. You gave us bass more. You preemptively kind of ruined your own riser. And then I'm thinking it's the drop, but okay, this has been a false riser. This has been a false rise. Okay. You have 4 elements happening here, and I think that that's simplistic. I think it's like, it's sort of hollow is the word that I keep coming to, because even in the drop, when I was hearing the drop, I was like, something else has to be happening here. There has to be something to... Hey! Less Than Perfect DJ, rated with 10 viewers. We appreciate you being with us today, and your guests. We appreciate you. Christian Voul as well. Thank you, our subscriber for being with us. Welcome to all the raiders. Appreciate y'all very much. So, yeah. We're talking here about this song, and you guys tell me, Raiders, you tell me what you think. I'm actually curious to hear. What would you say to someone with a drop, with this drop, after this, like, sort of build right here? Let's listen to it together, and you guys tell me what you think. So yes, I agree with you, Crusoe. It is tight. It is a tight, very compact, like very, very contained. Less Than Perfect DJ, more general high-end presence / atmosphere. Yes, I absolutely do agree with you, and Crusoe does agree with you as well. It needs something to fill in the gaps that we are clearly hearing here. There is something that is missing from this track. And the DNA is there, but the personality is not. And that's what I'm looking for from you. I'm looking for, like, the devil is in the details, they say. Well, like, release the devil, my dude, because, you know, we need to hear what you would inject into the moments of subtlety. We hear your obvious elements. We hear the vocals. We hear the kick. We hear the snare. We hear that synth, the bass. Everything is very clearly defined. But what we don't hear is subtlety. We don't hear someone that is expressing themselves in the spaces between the spaces. And that's really where the magic happens, if you think about it. A good riff is good. A riff that is dancing with the bass and with the drums, something that is sort of interacting with each other, that's a conversation. That's great. That's what I want to hear in songs. And that's pretty much the only other note that I had for your song. Let's listen to that last drop real quick once more. Okay, I'm going to do a thing here, Kitaru. I'm going to do a thing I do it all the time. I'm going to skip between your 2 drops. And if we could spot any obvious differences right off the cuff, we've done at least some of the work. Let's listen to the first drop. You switched the two. All right. It's the same right now. Yeah. So yeah, that's a cool move. Oh, we also have to thank Christian Voul for gifting a tier 3 sub. Wow. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. That's a hell of a gesture. We appreciate you doing that. Hope your boy Yolzin comes and uses that privilege. But yeah, so you switched the two, which is a good change. I think that's already a building block. So kudos to you. That's a 1 check mark done. But yeah, right now they are mostly identical texturally. So that's another boo-boo. We got to keep building over time. So we need more than just the polish. Right now we have the meat. We need the potatoes. And then we could talk about the chives. You want to talk about food? I can talk about food all goddamn day. But yeah, that's how I see it. That's a good explanation. It's the same right now. So yeah, we've covered pretty much everything we want to talk about this, talk regarding this song. Thank you either way. This is a really good place to start track-wise. It is when you have things like this and building blocks in place like this, your work is actually pretty easy relatively, because you basically just have to have some fun over your track already. You kind of have a template. I would pick up a guitar and start like noodling around and go like, oh, that's a pretty good riff. Oh, that's a pretty good riff. Oh, that's the one I want. And like I'll be, fucking around until I do. And then I would have sort of accents and ideas on how to, like the lead guitar. That's how the lead guitar works. You write the riffs, you write the drums and the bass, they all match together, and then you write the lead guitar on top of that. That's how it works. The lead guitar can take a critical role. Favorite D&D channel could take a critical role in the composition of the actual like rhythm, drum, and accompaniment sort of part, but. Most of the time, the lead is writing solos on top of something that is already established. That's how I would approach it, either way. So either way, thank you, Kitaru, for allowing us to listen to the track online, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. We appreciate you being here and supporting the stream in the way you do, and thank you for trusting us with your track. We appreciate you. And be sure to stick around as we are plowing through this list. Hat plowing, sex... and we're going to be moving along. It's Dom Rocks' turn though. Dom Rocks hasn't been here for a while. I haven't been here for a while, and then Dom Rocks wasn't here for a while, and then we've all not been here for a while. But I'm happy to have him back. Christian Vool, who is also a 3rd tier subscriber as well, by the way. Thank you for being a subscriber in the way that you are. Appreciate your support, my dude. The single of my album is Riding on Your Feedback, hoping that's a good gesture will help me get some secret knowledge. Oh, well, I mean, Christian, we're going to give you all the knowledge we have one way or the other, but now we'll be able to listen to up to like 5 minutes of playback. That's pretty much all that changes with the tiers, but I appreciate your support nonetheless. One way or the other, we're gonna make sure that you get what you need to hear before you leave here. All right, we're pulling it up. Dom Rocks. Not much has changed since the last time you've been here. My computer's still a piece of shit, so we're still waiting on that to resolve in one way or another. Oh yeah, I think it's done. Let's go. Let us go. Even mountains melt. Is that true? I mean, volcanoes, I guess. I suppose volcanoes. And they do erode over time if it's water damage, so I guess mountains melt, Dom Rocks. I guess that's a really good point that I've never considered before. Well, shit. Over time. Yeah. You're for sure. They erode. They don't quite melt, as in they don't liquefy, unless it's an ice mountain. That is true, Illvision. That is very true. All right, let's talk less about melting mountains and more about Even Mountains Melt by Dom Rocks. Let's listen to 2 minutes and let's talk about it. Let's go. Okay, sorry. Starts pretty quiet. cut it off before we get into the next movement here, but I'm going to write my last emotion down. You know how I do this, Dom Rocks. I don't know how to give feedback on this, on how it could be better mixed or better arranged. This is outside of my wheelhouse and outside of my skill set completely. But you're no stranger to this, Dom Rocks. And for those who have not seen what I do in this scenario, I tell you how I feel. I tell you what I picture. I tell you the emotions that I sort of experience, the journey upon which I travel imaginatively. And I kind of just explain how that made me feel. Dom, as a person, that is the only way. That is the only way you know this. Crusoe, thank you very much for following. That is the only way that I know as a person to sort of connect with this. And for all the rest of us, feel free to do the same. To post your like sort of journey of emotions in the chat, because everyone's having different images. But let me tell you mine. The sort of intro was the realization of nothingness. That was like the words and the emotions that I kept feeling. It was a sort of endless void of abyss, where nothing but massive, crazy, unfathomable creations and creatures existed alongside nothing. The void, the vacuum. Not space. Space has matter. Space contains light. We're talking about a place where where light goes to die. Within the black hole, and then travel, then take a right at Albuquerque. That's where we're sort of starting. Let's listen here. Christian Vool gifting as well a tier 1 sub to Crusoe. We appreciate you again supporting the stream. Very nice of you. Let us keep moving through this. So, like, we see the desolation, right? We give you nothing, basically. You only hear things that prey upon nothing. The image gave me is a black and white image of an abandoned building with writing on its wall, door open but dark inside. Desolation, I think, is the emotion we're coming to here. Desolation and emptiness and a hollowness inside. But not just hollowness, it is a active nothing. It's not just passively, there's nothing there. I wish I had music to submit. Best music reviewer in the game. My dude, thank you. You do have music to submit, don't you? Tips, don't you produce these days? What do you mean? You produce some music. Okay. Let's go through this other movement here, because it does transform a little bit. It sort of shifts into something. I feel like the shift in color, that blackness, it's almost like it's becoming more saturated in color. That is kind of like the someone is dialing up the saturation and someone is dialing up the liveliness a little bit, and kind of just bringing vividness to this nothingness, and that reveals that the nothingness is not actually nothing, and it starts to give me black to purple vibes. That's really, I wrote it down, black to purple, and then it transitions back to grayish, kind of like a lack of nothing, a lack of something, but not a complete void. Let's hear what I'm talking about. Right there, goes to gray. Goes like some lively purple flashes dance in my eyes, and then grayness, just this like cold, mechanical, I guess, just objective thing that is in front of me. I don't know what it is. I don't like it. It's dull. It's void of life. Crusoe, appreciate you joining the queue. Thank you very much. We'll get to you, of course, as we are working through this queue. We got a couple of people now. Let's go to the next section here. I think I liked this next section. This was a continuation, something of the Grey, but with like in the distance, in the background, this like sort of cold, calculated existence in which we find ourselves, but we see in the background the life that we've sort of been given a taste of. It's like the void kind of call us back. It's weird. It's again completely conceptual and completely abstract, but it's almost like we were stuck in the void. We found our way out and saw hope. We saw life coming to us in the form of purple. Then the black sort of negotiated a deal with us where they're like, okay, we won't give you black, void, nothing, but we'll give you gray. You are offered gray in sort of compromise now that you know the existence of purple. Again, this is completely fucking whack. And then you accepting it, but sort of hearing that purple existence in the background, see it come back. And suddenly we are sort of almost free. Almost like we broke free from that like hold that the gray had on us. I'm talking a lot in colors. Am I synesthetic? Is that what's happening right now? Hard to diagnose that particular affliction. But yeah, so like we've now sort of broken free. We're kind of floating in a better void, sort of a warmer void, on the way to what I wrote here: hope, community. A spike of yellow and green in there as well. There's a spike of kind of like weird kind of funkiness in there that is not mellowing with the sort of chanting community and hope. There's this sort of lingering kind of rot feeling in the background that's happening through those. It's kind of bringing us back to something that is far from perfect, if you will. And that's good. It's telling a whole ass story. And then we kind of feel like the community is lost at the end here. It's almost like the mourning of the loss of the community, you know what I mean? It's kind of weird. I like it. It's good. It's like, again, I always have fun listening to your music, Dom, because it's never, well, that's not true. You've written very rhythmically structured and like popularly arranged music many a times, and it's been wonderful. But the experimental stuff, I haven't heard it in a long time, and I kind of forgot how much I enjoyed sort of just letting emotions wash over me. And, oh man, that's so... I gotta tell you guys, I don't really have many more notes for this song because there weren't many in the first place, but the emotions I was going through. But I do a lot of writing, like word writing. Stuff like this reminds me to like sort of allow myself to fall into the abstract a little bit more. It is crucial to sort of maintain a like, don't get me wrong, being grounded in life is excellent, but when you're creating art, it's important to kind of just float free and let your imagination just kind of roam and do what it will. Some of the best thoughts I have are in the shower, like writing-wise, words-wise at least, and sometimes musically speaking as well. I had it's true, some of the best ideas across the board I have are in the shower. And I was just hypothesizing this with my girlfriend, and I was saying like, what do you think that is? we think it's probably the physical comfort that you feel in there, where you're kind of like at perfect ease, where you're like sort of at the perfect temperature that you want your body to be, and it's pressure, it's light dappling pressure that kind of vibrates your body to a point where it's almost like a light massage everywhere the water is spraying. So you have perfect temperature, nice humidity, it opens up your lungs and kind of allows your breath to have more effect on it, on the like absorption of air, grosso modo, a little bit like it basically just opens up your airways a little bit easier and allows oxygen to like just be transfused into your blood just a little bit easier, just that very tiny little degree. But that, combined with the comfort, combined with the fact that you are basically washing yourself, is a very automatic motion. You don't really have to think about doing things. You're kind of just going through the motions, washing the hot spots, covering the arms and legs. Guys, wash your legs. I know there's a bunch of people in this chat who probably don't wash their legs. I heard this on my work site the other day. Someone said, "Hey, Mike, do you wash your legs?" I'm like, "Yeah." And they're like, "Oh, that's not common, apparently. Many people just kind of wash the hot spots. Wash your limbs! Wash your chest! Wash your everything! Wash your body! Wash your body! Please, for your own safety." But that's my point here, is that while you are doing this automatic sort of motion, you're not thinking. You're not thinking about that. So your imagination kind of has, and you're also not feeling very much in danger at all. So the fear mechanic in your brain is kind of at its lowest point. You are at your most vulnerable in that you are feeling your safest, kind of thing. So the imagination kind of has free reign on your brain, and it's tapping into the the prefrontal cortex, and it's tapping into your fear center, not so much as as an instinctual response, but as a sort of informative response. So you're talking about your medulla oblongata actually like offloading its information like RAM into your memory banks, and allowing you to just be objectively informed by your fear. And that even more contributes to imagination. It's incredible. And I have my best ideas in the shower. And the reason that I started talking about all of this, which we will get to your comments in a minute, guys, is because I think music like this also puts you in a state where you're not supposed to be critically thinking. You're not supposed to be doing, it's kind of an automatism. You're kind of letting the sound wash over you, and you're kind of putting yourself in the comfort that the music is putting you at. And sort of like someone changing the temperature of the water while you're in the shower, and then you just kind of like let yourself feel the things you feel as a result. That's how I see kind of abstract music. It's kind of like, let it wash over you. Just be observative of how you feel. Write it down if you need to. I do. And then kind of just objectively analyze afterwards why those thoughts may have come to you and what things may have caused that. And the best sample is the most sample. So Dom, if you're going to be like doing this experiment with people and gaining the most perspective on which sounds cause which sort of emotions, you will become an audio scientist. And I want that for you, Dom, because you have the potential to create experiments that are very effective as a scientistic person. Jesus Christ, what am I even saying anymore? Dom rocks. That was wonderful, is what I'm trying to say. It's a wonderful experience. It takes me out of my comfort zone, and it takes me into a zone where I am not critically thinking, but critically feeling, or rather just uncritically feeling. So thank you for providing us with that experience. Thank you for allowing us to listen to the track online together, to allowing us to comment on it, critique, and not really critique, just analyze, feel, feedback, I suppose, was in there somewhere. Thank you. What Galactic Neoblade said, thank you for trusting us with your track. Galactic Neoblade, you got the right idea, and salutations to you. It has been a long time. We're happy to see you. Phase 0, the beginning and the end, the first and the last. I think the difference is seeing colors or associating them. So I do associate them with words, but I don't necessarily as an automation kind of associate. I have to think about it for a second. I have to sort of see the color and then think which word really made me think about that color. But I do associate them. I just don't like track which associations happen, I guess. I feel it's a cool experimental jam session. Christian Vool, absolutely. I think that is very accurate. Dalm Rocks, I love writing in free time. You are good at it. I don't know many people I could actually say that as a genuine remark, more so as being polite. I'm not being polite. You're good at this. I like your experiences that you give me. I appreciate the feedback, my guy. I appreciate your music. Yeah, man, about letting it flow and letting it go the direction it wants to. Exactly. When you're in the shower, you're not too much busy with distractions, and it's time for your brain to flow out the thoughts. Agreed, Ill Vision. It just kind of lets it flow. I view it as mildly meditative. It is fully meditative sometimes. General tips, why would you not wash everything? Don't get me started. I was looking at the guy weird, like, why would you not wash your legs? What, like, your jeans and your clothes still contain dirt. It's protected mostly, but it's as vulnerable to dirt as the rest of you. Your skin doesn't change because you have hair there. That's just for guys. Women who shave their legs are even more vulnerable. And that's what I attribute the shower thoughts phenomenon to. Yeah, shower thoughts is a real subreddit. It's a real ass fucking subreddit, and it blows my mind every fucking time. Galactic Neobladed, wash your teeth. Agreed. Wash your teeth. If you smoke, use Listerine with alcohol. I've discovered it actually helps with the inflammation. This is pro tip from a smoker. Wash behind the ear in small crevices like nose, nostrils. Yeah, I actually forget a lot behind the ears, but since I've started thinking about it, it's kind of like an obsession. I kind of have to like wash my earring hole and like wash the other behind the ear. It's just kind of an instinct now. I have clinical depression, and at one point I just spent a year in my bed, the worst year of my life, didn't shower or shit. That's a real phenomenon for people with depression, man. It's like a real symptom where grooming yourself is not only an effort, it is like categorically something that your mind doesn't think it deserves in a really weird way. Like you don't deserve to like sort of cleanse your mind, therefore why would your body need to be cleansed anyways? It's this weird sort of self-preservation tactic that is completely backwards, and tragic as it is because it's uncontrollable. It's if the brain decides that that's where it's going, that's where it's fucking going. You need to just do what you can to sort of manage that, and so many things could cause that without any control that you have over the scenario. Trauma, post-traumatic stress, like all of that kind of really deep shit can just kind of trigger something, and it's like, this is what your brain's doing now. Good luck. And good luck to you on a serious note, because that is a whole fucking lifestyle that I'm glad I'm not dealing with too much anymore myself. Put me in a lab, bro, the mad scientist. Much love, Mike. Means a lot, brother. Means a lot to you, to me, my dude. Means a lot to me. Apply to Endel. They do amazing stuff with audio science. Dude, I don't even know what the fuck Endel is, but if they do science, do it. Oreo is cracked. Can't wait to hear them. Oh, shit. Well, I'm looking forward to it as well. Oh, yeah, I know. Hard to fight with it. At worst, though, luckily way better now. That's what I like to hear. We, on that happy note, we are going to move on down the line. Thank you again, Domrox, for trusting us with your track. Stick around as we now move to Ill Vision, who's been patiently in the line for some time now, and we recognize and appreciate your patience as you are with us. Crusoe was recently diagnosed with severe depression, on meds now, feeling better. Sometimes meds are just what you need to take the edge off and get realizing what you need to realize. And I hope for everyone that it might not be a like permanent reality for you, because I've heard the long-term effects of those are practically speaking not ideal. But I do know the benefits of antidepressants, and some people just, again, the brain does what it's gonna do to deal with whatever the fuck it's going through. And you have few things that can really hone that in. And if you have the affliction, chances are that thinking about ways to hone it in is going to be even harder, especially considering just taking a shower could be a fucking literal marathon. For the brain, at least. That's the way the brain interprets the information. And again, if you can't do any fucking thing, but you need to function in society or become homeless, it seems that this is a very viable option to me. And I don't hope it's I don't hope it's forever, but I do hope it's effective. I'm hyped for Ill Vision. I love you too, so am I. And I love you too. How would I follow up something so niche with something not niche at all? I mean, that's what we follow, like, dude, the amount of genres that we cover, I've done metal to drum and bass from one breath to another. So don't worry about it. As a matter of fact, we got your track pulled up here. We're going to finish reading through your comments just to make sure we're not missing anything. Woo Hawk Tour. I'm glad I made sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, but it's as well just a chemical imbalance in your and my brain. They do bring balance. Exactly. For a time when you need balance and you need to function with a balance, I think they can be crucial even to your continued existence and survival in this cruel world. Again, for the long-term basis, I think that they do bring their own challenges, and that's why I kind of hope people are able to have moments where they are able to live with the imbalance and sort of allow the brain to rebalance itself through non-medicative forms. But not everyone has that luxury, and some people have to work through that rebalancing of the brain while they are actively on the meds, which is its own challenge. Mental health, y'all. Mental health is fucked. And the mental health follow-up in society is even more fucked. So before we drive ourselves into even further depression, we're going to distract ourselves with some great music. Is cannabis a medicative solution? Asking for a friend. Yes, it is. In Canada, it's been a medicative solution for depression, anxiety, ADHD as well, for decades. It has been a medication for all of those things, depending on the strain, depending on the effects, depending on the brain, and it is absolutely something that is viable, not for everybody. Not for everybody. Some people do not, that does not 2 + 2 = 4 for everyone. Christian Vool, there you go. There's a perfect example of it. Nope, tried it in moderation maybe, but I took it overboard and gave me the worst anxiety. This is the problem. Is that you kind of have to dose based on your condition. And if your condition would put you into a point where you have to take so much medication, same thing for anti-anxiety medication and antidepressants. If you have to take so much to compensate for your literal emotions that you're doing yourself harm, there's a better drug out there for you. Simply put. The shit is whack, unfortunately. But for me, I see no better solution for me. And I've tried medication for my conditions, and not for me. This works far better than anything I've ever tried, personally. And I've been doing it for a long time. Over a decade at this point. Close to 2. Not close to 2. Approaching the second, I guess. I don't fucking know. Anyways, Ill Vision, Let It Be. This better not be Beatles, or they're gonna fucking copyrights infringe the shit off of me. But let's listen to this song, Let It Be, and let us talk about. Well, let's listen to 2 minutes of it, and let's talk about it when we're done.
I'm sorry I can't go back where I left my setback. Mind all over some rats from now on. They keep telling me facts, say I don't belong there. I should never hold on. When I think about how many times he faced, about how many nights I lay, had my heart full of dismay. Yeah, I praise God to take this love away. Can't believe I let him in. No way I did it again. All the time you were gone, I've been trying not to call you. I don't know when to start, not like I left something unsaid. I have a lot going on, so no, I will not mind you. And I don't know about the part where you would try to walk in. Be what it could be. You're afraid, but I'm not, guess I should be. We all went through a lot, it don't stop me. No. Let it be what it could
I'm going to stop there. Okay. Again, I want to start by saying that the textures that we have here are really cool. What we do have in this song is pretty friggin' cool. The sounds, the mix is actually pretty tight. It's the elements that we do have in here are tasteful. Let's put it that way. Now, there is such a thing as too tasteful, such as your intro. So much space. So it's risky to do it the first time. I would put in like a laughing sample or something like that between that giant gap of air, of dead air. Nothing else going on. No reverb, no nothing. Just dead air. That's risky. I would put in a laugh sample as of the first one. And if I'm not going to put it in the first one, I'm guaranteed going to put it in the second one. Something. It doesn't have to be a laugh sample, but that's just my idea. You have a second one that is also equally quiet, and that is again like too much risk at this point. You've gone too far. It's too much silence. So we got to fill that. Do you produce yourself? I would look to collab if you want to sing on some stuff. I've been doing a lot of Ugly Coyote soundtrack type beats. I appreciate that Christian vocal, but I only made the beat. The singer is a local artist. There you go. So there's it also helps me know your role in this, which is good because I was giving you advice on the production and turns out good. Yes. So in general, this is something that I'm going to be saying probably a couple of times in the song. The arrangement does need to be augmented a little bit. We have, again, similar to the last track that we listened to, not the last track as in Dom Rocks, but the track before that, we have a lot of empty space and a lot of moments where elements need to be built upon. And we don't have a lot of that space filled. So we need to fill a lot of that space, is going to be my first comment, and it's going to be my second, third, fourth comment. Yeah, it's going to be my comment a lot, actually. So let's go through where I think has there's the potential to place this stuff.
You're all going to die down here.
That was funny. I like that. It sounds familiar. Is that it from Harry Potter? Sounds like Harry Potter for some reason. But yeah, that's funny. I like that. Great place for accents, the empty parts. Yes, melodic accents, harmonic accents, rhythmic accents, accents of any kinds. But just put something.
I'm sorry I can't go back where I left my setback. Mind all over some rats from now on. They keep
Go. So the bass comes in here and I'm like, okay, good. We're building it up. That's good. So far, no complaints.
telling me fat. Say I don't belong there. I should.
Also, the echo on everything doesn't need to exist. Like the delay on the entirety of the vocals. I would much prefer that you put delay throw-ons and throw-offs at the end of every phrase than have a constant delay on everything, because it's as empty as it is, that kind of just clouds up your vocals more than anything. Don't get me wrong, if there's a place to do it, it is in places like this, but it would be more in verse 2 that I would do something like that. I would fuck with it. I would experiment with a constantly on delay, like so that the words kind of interact with the delay. But this is not interacting, it's kind of just clouding it up. So that's another note.
Never hold on. When I think about how many times he faced.
So a change in the vocal vibe is good, but I think that a change in the background music has to kind of follow it. So maybe a more defined bass line might be the move. You know what, actually? I'm going to I'm gonna give you an idea. Because I didn't set up the bass, but I have one. It's an A. Very good key. I like A as a key.
Hold on. When I think about how many times he faced, about how many nights I lay, had my heart full of dismay. Yeah.
Something like that. I don't know. Maybe. Let me just feel it out for a second.
They keep telling me fat, say I don't belong there. I should not have a hold on. When I think about how many times he faced.
Yeah, something in the highs, I think. Change up the bass a little bit, add on to it something to make it a little groovier.
Think about how many times he faced, about how many nights I lay, had my heart full of dismay. Yeah, I praise God to take this love.
I wanted to move a little more the bass. I think it's the bass that's really got a groove in this section. It's got to change up the feel, and you got to write a good bass line so that it's maybe like a. Something like that. I don't fucking know. But the groove's got to change. That's all I know. Let's keep moving.
Oh, way I did it again. All the time you were gone, I've been trying not to call you.
Good cutout for the drums here. I think that's a good idea. To have no rhythmic elements supporting during a chorus is it's a bold move. I think that we could keep something like a ride cymbal just to keep that. I'm not going to unplug this actually. I'm going to need it again. Just to keep that rhythmic element flowing a little bit. I think a ride cymbal or something like that might be beneficial because it'll allow you to keep a high-end element in there, which is also clearly missing from this section. Let's see.
Way I did it again. All the time you were gone, I've been trying not to call you. I don't know when to start, not like I left something unsaid. I have a lot going on, so no, I will not mind you.
Yeah, I think so. I think at least something like that. At least something to maintain the high end and something to maintain the rhythm. It might be a good idea, but I unfortunately I don't think that that's all you have to do in this chorus. I think that is the starting point. I think that is the minimum that you have to introduce, because I think this chorus is very potentially could be very juicy, but it's got very little going on. Similar again to the second to last track we listened to. It needs a little bit more personality. It's got nothing else going on except this one synth kind of.
I have a lot going on. All the time you were gone, I've been trying not to call you. I don't know when to start, not like
And the bass, I don't think that it's doing it for me. Just that same riff every two measures. I don't think that it's doing it for me. I think you need to find something that's a little bit better than that. Personally, that's my opinion. Let's hear this. Oh shit! Christian Vool, skip the cue. Very nice. Okay, so we are going to be doing that right now. We're going to put you next on the cue, meaning you are going from sixth to second. And we don't have many notes left for this song, so it should be soon, man. Thank you very much for always supporting the stream in the way that you do, and I'm sorry your girlfriend is getting angry at you. Please tell her that it won't be long, and your music depends on it. Well, it doesn't depend on it, I'm sure, but I'm sure I can help. All right, let's finish up this song here because we do have a little bit to talk about left. Let's talk about this rise. What's going on here?
also not you. Nah, I guess I should be afraid, but I'm not. I guess I should be. We all went through a lot, it don't stop me. No.
No, sorry, the rise was here.
No way I did trying not to call you. I don't know when to start, not like I left something unsaid. I have a lot going on.
Yeah, I would have. I said rise was meh, but I guess it means that there is none because I would have one. I would inject one here. I would put a riser or something here so that when we get to your chorus, we know that it's an important section, because other than the vocals that are kind of tipping me off and the hovering synth, there's nothing really that's signaling that this is the important hook of your song. That's a mistake. We got to have something else. So yeah, riser probably would be my move. Then I put change up at 135. So here.
No, no. By my health, I'm so concerned, so afraid I never learn. Wanna run in.
Okay, I've never thought I'd say this, but I think you need like a dancehall or reggaeton beat here. Because again, the vocals are now taking ba 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 ba, and that's good. That's good that it changes up that way. But you need something to sort of offset that or emphasize it, or in an ideal world, both. Here's what I mean.
You're afraid, but I'm not. Guess I should be. We all went through a lot. It don't stop me. No, no, no. By my health, I'm so concerned, so afraid I never learn. Wanna run and never turn my head. Somehow I've been doing alright. So insane how time flies. When I say I'm glad I made it out alive. All the time you were gone, I've been trying not to call you. I don't know when to start, and I can't.
I think that's a much better feel for that section, because again, the vocals are keeping it steady, and you need something that is just far more uplifting and upbeat. But again, you need a change in your groove. You need to keep shifting your groove. You need to be changing it up. And here's another note for you.
Somehow I've been doing all.
The bass cutout, I understand what you're doing. You're setting up the next section for it to be more important. But like, this is a build. So change the bass. Don't cut it out. Change it. Make it something that is higher in the notes. Like, can you play any higher notes? Higher notes? Higher notes! Can you play any higher notes, Kyle? Tenacious D.
And never turn my head. Somehow I've been doing alright. So insane how time flies. When I say I'm glad I made it out alive. All the time you were gone.
Something like make your bass participate. And also, again, riser right there is a golden opportunity for you to put a riser there while the bass is coming up, while the drums could be like building up. There's opportunities for you to like expand your track and make it super like tension, release, vocals, synth, something ambient, something slightly rhythmic. It needs it, man. It needs it real bad. So don't cut out your bass. Figure something else for it. Figure out something else for it. This drop here, again, cutting out with the drums is a good idea, but you've already done it. What else you got? You know what I mean? Figure something else for your drop. Maybe make it a more epic drop, starting with the beat, cutting out midway. I don't know, but do something different. Make your song change over time. Make your song evolve in terms of interest, volume, or energy. Or your song is losing momentum over time and achieving the opposite effect of what indeed you want it to do. And it's super important because, again, I started by saying this song, this feedback review, like, the song's textures are cool. The story that is obviously really cool is being told to me. I just wish it was being told to more people, and the only way you're gonna achieve that is by using those techniques, amping up each section. Guys, this is a real principle in writing and in theater, in a little bit less in cinema, but still it's applied the most of everything, meaning of every emotion that you want to portray. It's a stage thing mostly for theater, because when you're performing, you have to perform to the back of the audience, not just to the front. So those in the back of the audience won't see if you just blink suspiciously. But this music is a similar principle. At every moment, you should be telling me the most of your story whether it be through lack of information or plenty of information. You should be making that choice depending on the contrast and the shape of your song. But that should be the most of each emotion at each moment in time. Our measure, the way we make art is by using time as a canvas. Think about that for a second. It's pretty mind-blowing when you think about it. Sound uses time as a canvas. It also uses air pressure, but that's just the way that it transmits the information. The canvas is time. That blows my mind every time that I think about that. And as such a valuable resource, as a finite resource, that isn't canvas, that isn't a screen or like video or like information, magnetic information. It is a resource that everyone shares, and it is so valuable to everyone. So the only problem with that is that people prioritize their time above everything else, including your art. So the answer to the question, why should people give a fuck? You should be answering with grace and dignity, knowledge and aplomb, because. And then you flip your hair and then you play the song, and it's like just unquestionably an interesting story across the canvas of time. Movies too, that is true. That is very true. Movies are also one of the time canvases, but there's something a little bit more, like movies have a physical media that you can look at and touch. Something about movies, the images that you get, it can be also stills, which can also be sort of like just a visual media, a physical thing that exists as it's stationary as it does in movement. It can exist in over time for a longer period of time. Whereas music, you can't really. I mean, you can loop a 1/30 second of one bar in a song, and you could just loop that moment and just press play, but it'll mostly sound like you know what I mean? It won't sound good. You're not pausing a moment in time. It's unfortunately impossible to do it with music. As easy, it is easier to do it with cinema and with photos than it is to do with music. And yeah, I beat you to it, Crusoe. I'm a streamer. No, that has nothing to do with anything. But yeah, exactly. It's we as artists over pretty much a solely time-based media. We have such an important job. And such a difficult one, because it's the one that nobody cares about, because they can't see it, they can't touch it. I've said this time and time again. I had a debate with a couple of my buddies last week. I kind of got triggered by it, I'll be honest with you. But nobody cares about sound, man, because they can't touch it, because they can't feel it, because they can't see it. They can feel it, but not in the way that you can feel, paintings and visual art. You can touch your screen. You can't touch your airwaves. It's not the same thing. And as a result, people just do not prioritize it. But everybody says they do. And it's just the land of hypocrisy. And it kind of that's kind of the most depressive thing about working in music in general for me, is that like no one ever is going to value it the way they value movies and television and visual and physical arts. It's kind of the thing that keeps getting to me, I guess. But I work in this field too, so I see how little priority is given to sound. So, on a financial level, I mean. So, yeah. I guess, I hope it gets better, but that's the case. I'll let you know. Either way, Ill Vision, I appreciate you submitting your track. We had a great time listening to it. Either way, like I mentioned, it was a lot of fun to be able to hear the textures that you established and hear the story that you were telling. And now I think you just got to amp it up, my dude. You just got to bring it to level 2. And once you do that, things should fall in place just fine. That said, thank you for allowing us to listen to the song online, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. We got into a bit of an existential discussion before and after your review, just letting you know. We were talking about depression first, and we ended up at depression again because it was, yeah, Galactic Neo agreed. It was a good time. But yeah, we ended up talking about my depression with sound. That said, either way, the rest of it was an experience that I enjoy as always. So thank you for trusting us with your track. Feel free to stick around as we are moving on to our top gifter of the week, Tier 3 subscriber, and gifter and skipper. We got Christian Vool on deck right now. And we appreciate you, my dude. We appreciate you being with us and supporting the stream in the way that you do. Now I need your track. Here we go. Yeah, I didn't see the old link, so. Let's talk about your other thing. I love seeing musicians everywhere. I once lost a girlfriend because I stopped at every street musician. Fuck that person. Fuck that person. Good riddance. I didn't want to say as much, but I guess I said worse, technically. Wow, that is some dirtbag level existence. Really? Too bad. Too bad that they didn't stick around with you because their loss. Not yours. I think you dodged a big old red flag there, bud. Again, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm no therapist. But that sounds toxic. We got your track here, bud. So we got a lot of shout outs here. We're going to talk about them in a minute. But first, you let us know a lot of context here. Folks, bear with me. I'm going to just drink a little bit of water. Oh, I got to feel that soon. All right. First comment here in the chat. I was here with a jazz hop instrumental like 2 to 3, 4 weeks ago. Yeah, I lose track of the weeks too. I've tried to work on the tips you gave me. There are vocals as well now. Would love to know if I'm on the right track. The vocals are in Estonian, just FYI. Shouldn't be a problem. In that I won't understand them, but I'll tell you if they're well mixed. Hoping to make this a single for my producer album. Last time it was just the mix. This time it's mastered as well. Def not a final iteration of mixing and mastering. I'm entirely happy with it, but as well not sure what's missing. Okay. Comment number 2. Last time you called me out on my that I solo my tracks. Make that sound good and move on to the next one. I've tried to be better looking at the big picture. Hopefully. We'll see, man. Hope as well as filling out the spectrum and not just pan everything to left and right, but have a more filling sound. Tried to make the drums sound the way you explained as well. I wrote it ahead to copy paste quickly. That's cool, dude. That's totally cool. So I appreciate you taking all of the advice that I gave you so closely to heart. I guess this is as much a test for you and your work as it is my knowledge. So let's see if I know what the fuck I was talking about. Folks, we're going to listen to this together. We're going to listen to all 4 minutes of this song because Christian Vool is the top subscriber. I'm going to listen to this one and then go vote. Crusoe, good luck to thee. I don't even know necessarily what the fuck the answer is anymore. I'll be honest with you. I don't know what the fuck to do. Just vote with your Johnson, I guess. It's the only advice I can give. Hopefully we'll be back in time. Hope so. Galactic Neoblade, yeah, Neoblade. That's gonna happen every now and then. Just letting you know. But you've probably noticed. Anyways, here we go. Christian Vool, Crick, P2DA, Tommy Boy, Laura Johnson, Astase. I'm sorry. That might be something super profound in another language, and yet I just see ass everywhere, and I'm a child. All right, I'm not going to repeat it. Let's listen to the master V3 of this song by Christian Vool. Here we go.
Olid algsed suvalised kritseldused, nüüd lahendan ühe korraga mitu muret. Vastused teadmata neil, kes mind ei kuule. Skeene külastunud mitte üks singl aastatega level kadunud, kui ka neid, kes aastatega skeenes kadunud, puudujääke leevendanud. Mu poolt selge panus, kui väljendan end, siis sa saad sellest aru. nii on lood stuudios koos, juurde teeme palu. see looming toob mulle meelerahu. Nostalgia mõttes lüksitan tänast eelnevaga, alustasin siis, kui plaate müüs CD100. su valduses rariteet, kui alles siiani see demoplaat, mis jagatud tiimari ees. ikka teemas, vaata mis teen, laule diskograafias pole piisavalt veel.
teed läbi nüüd samm-sammu haaval, ilmi valedasi me ikka vaatame. läbi tunned kusagil taha, viib teekond aastast aastasse. pean kogemuspagasit ma kaasas, haaran võimalustest, mis on vaja seda. mõeldes sellele, mis oli nii aastast, puhkan hetkesse ja mu meeled taastab.
Need olid algsed suvalised kritseldused, see riimi abc, kunagine misse kusse, noorest ropust suust, Isver Susver, ilgelt uhke, kuna avas ilmselt ukse, et saada kolmnurgalt esimesed klimberdused. ma üllatanud magusalt, kindermune, aga mõni õnnistus on külm, hingel lume. veel on lasta pingekruve nägemaks, mis hindeks tuleb. Pole tipus tähte veel, mis puud ehiks, ammu puit pand alla, kuum keris, oli rendiks pudel, suur tehing, stuudios kruumehi ainus pro. Kuuledid, asitas pestnud puhtaks kuipidee, et pähe jäänud ideest ei saaks migreen. ja ikka teemas, vaata mis teen, kui mu kuuli kindlat sõitu tuleb saatma sireen.
teed läbi nüüd samm-sammu haaval, ilmi vale tagasi me ikka vaatame. läbi tunned kusagil tahaval, viib teekond aastast aastasse. pean kogemuspagasit ma kaasas, haaran võimalustest, mis on vaja naaseda. mõeldes sellele, mis oli nii aastal, puhkan hetkesse ja mu meeled taastab. teed läbi nüüd samm-sammu haaval, ilmi vale tagasi me ikka vaatame. läbi tunned kusagil tahaval, viib teekond aastast aastasse. pean kogemuspagasit ma kaasas, haaran võimalustest, mis on vaja naaseda. mõeldes sellele, mis oli nii aastal, puhkan hetkesse ja mu meeled taastab.
Mõnda kuulata või vaikselt omaette enda peas, ma hakkab hea ja läheb soojaks, sa jätan tunded enda teada. mõnel kaasa karjun paljult nagu rütkaks terve staadion. muusikas on kõike palju, oleneb mis hetkel faas on. ja beat paneb jooksma loo, maalib valmis pildid. mina otsin õiget sõnat, ritta sätin õiget silbid. tundub loomulik ja selge nagu looduses aastaajad. inspis ajab ja siis kallab ja siis üle ääre ajab. mul on vaja, olen junkie, olen sõltuv elu mahlast. mul on vaja mikrit, DJ-d, vaja sumisevat rahvast. vaja korrastada mõtteid, puhastada olme tahmast. muusika on andnud kõik, mida eales olen tahtnud.
Okay, so a wonderful experience. I have no idea what the fuck any of it means, as we've established. Again, Galactic Neoblade on the clap duty tonight. We appreciate that. It was a great progression, and I agree that it's clap worthy. Absolutely. We're getting close. Fireworks, apparently. We're getting close. So the first thing I have to say, it does feel far wider, like far more spread out everywhere. So that was good. Good work there. Now, let's talk a bit about priorities. Because I think what we are sort of sometimes forgetting is that in general, there are three sections to the instruments and to all of the layers of a musical sort of arrangement. There's the beat, there's the rhythm section, there's the accompaniment, and then there's the lead. Especially in a jazz context, that is sort of the deal with that. That's why a lot of jazz trios exist. It's because you basically need rhythm, accompaniment, and lead. That's kind of the way they're arranged. It's the way that jazz is kind of written as well a lot of the time. In this particular case, I think the rhythm section is getting its shit together. I think the accompaniment sometimes gets mistaken for lead section in its prioritizing of the volume and the placement of it. And I think that the lead section, sometimes there's a lot going on in the lead section, and in that not only one thing is taking the spotlight, and that's risky, but it's not impossible to work with. It's just risky. We'll get into that part, but first what I want to say is let's turn up our kick, because we don't need it. We need more kick. Let's listen.
Need olid algsed suvalised kritseldused, nüüd lahendan ühe korraga mitu muret, vastused teadmata neil, kes mind ei kuule.
Would you not all agree that that is not enough kick? I think not only is it enough kick, I think we need a little bit more high-end kick. I think we need a little bit more on that. A little more sparkle on that. The second thing I'll say is what everyone else was saying during the listen through, which is your female vocals, your male vocals sound tight, by the way. Male vocals sound really good, juicy. Let's listen to it for a minute.
Külastunud mitte üks single moment, leidub neid, kellel aastatega level kadunud, kui ka neid, kes aastatega skeenest kadunud, puudujääke leevendanud.
Oh, the kick I did on purpose to mix it more like jazz track. I get that, but you're losing rhythmic emphasis, not emphasis. That's another thing, I think. You're losing rhythmic emphasis, and that's a problem. So you're gonna have to compete with your initial goals. You're gonna have to compete with the what the track needs to accomplish its overall goals. Because a rap song without a good kick, nah. Like I can't think of one good example of a good rap song that doesn't have a solid kick drum. And whenever I do, I get mad. Like when I think of a lot of Waka Flocka Flame, early Waka Flocka Flame, Live by the Gun Waka Flocka Flame, there's giant kicks in there, but they're just 808s. But they're so loud that it doesn't fucking matter. It's just that rap needs a solid kick. Oh gosh, I actually tried to keep the rhythm with the piano, but probably not a good idea. If your piano is playing those low notes, those really low notes, and you're EQing it that way, and you don't have drums, go off. But while you have drums, you might as well use them. And your piano doesn't need to be EQ'd that low, because a lot of that is mud that is not contributing, again, to the cleanness of your mix. It's contrasting not nicely to the cleanness of your mix. Oh, there's a ton of great no drum songs, sure. But like, a rap song that has no drums is very rare. It is very rare. There are some very good ones, but most of them have very solid kicks. What do I mean by solid kick, Galactic Neoblade? I need a kick that vibrates. That is pretty much my only requirement from it. I need it to vibrate me. And I need it to hear it in the mix as well as vibrate me. Right now, what I'm feeling is it vibrate me a little bit, and I'm feeling it somewhat sort of present in the mix. Somewhat. Every now and then when there's not a bass going on. Every now and then when there's not something else that's stepping on it that's going on. That's a problem. That's a problem. Instead of a liquid or gas kick. Yeah, exactly. It's in different states of sort of existence, right? Turn the sine wave to a square. I love buzzy kicks. Hawk Tua. Again with this Hawk Tua. Like 60% of Alchemist beats, not arguing, just pointing out, but I completely hear what you're saying. Yeah, and I mean, there are beats that definitely are totally valid from Alchemist. I don't know them very well, and that sort of speaks to my point. Most successful most successful rap songs have drum beats. I'm sorry, Alchemist is absolutely successful, and they accomplish good things. But I'm just digging a little bit. I'm just digging on it's a bit niche, if you know what I'm saying. Okay, so the next comment, everyone said it. Your male vocals are awesome. Your female vocals,
diskograafia sport-
You've got this solid low mid end that I think might be actually a little too much, and it needs more sparkle. Does anybody have any experience with those tilt EQs that basically kind of just nudge? That's really what you need, I think, in this case, honestly. I think you just need to kind of tilt your low mids down a little bit and tilt your high mids up a little bit. You just need to tilt your EQ slightly more, prioritizing the high end. Needs more sparkle, and everybody seems to agree. So yeah. Let's talk about the piano real quick. Okay. I wanted to listen to confirm that I think what I think, but I think what I think, and I confirm it. The piano's wide. I don't think it needs to be the widest thing on the left and right. I think you need to spread that back to like midway. 50% left and right, maybe. Because those frequencies, you're kind of losing them a little bit, if you know what I mean. Like in the left and right, when you have other things that appear in the left and right, they're gone. The pianos are completely gone. And also, it's your comp. It's not your lead. It's not your rhythm. I don't necessarily know that your accompaniment ingredient should be all the way to the left and right. It's not the same as like kind of rhythm electric guitars. And even those I don't spread all the way to the left and right. I keep it to about 75% left and right. So yeah, not sure. Ended up doing because there's layers of piano, not single playthrough. Okay. I might pan those layers a little closer to the center. Maybe fill in a little bit of that mid gap that we need in the center. I think that those frequencies, those like masking frequencies, piano occupies a very wide frequency spectrum. But the ones that you're emphasizing in here right now are the low mids and the high mids, the masking frequencies. And those masking frequencies appearing in the left and right kind of sounds a bit unpleasant and makes your track feel a little muffled overall. So I think closer to the center is going to be a little tighter, a little more rich as a sound. Especially because you're wanting to go for such a warm feel. Left and right should be kind of reserved for the high end, I guess. The far left and right should be reserved a lot for high end. But that's just my opinion. Again, that's just me. Who the fuck am I? Studio Mike. Yes, that's true. Right. Okay, so that's what I think. Let's talk about this sax that happens here in that second chorus. So when the sax goes up and the vocals are staying down, it's not as offensive, but they're like, one is panned just slightly to the left and one is panned just slightly to the right. And they're playing similarly very close melodic passes, and at some point they even play the same note twice, and you're taking away from one and the other. You're kind of subtracting from both by having like neither of them. I don't know, this is very hard to describe, but neither of them adds what you think it does to the other. I feel like it distracts one from the other. They're both trying to occupy the lead element. And I remember you saying before, you're trying to do call and response. Well, in that case, call and motherfucking respond. Don't call, respond, call, respond, call, respond. It like, make it call and response. Those silences, that's your bread and butter. Those silences when the singer stops singing, that's where you throw in your sax riffs. And yes, it can overlap a little bit tastefully. It can overlap. But right now they're overlapping one on top of the other. Could I nudge the sax for it to feel like a callback? I don't know. Can you? Sorry, I don't get to say that very often in real life. So I don't see many people in real life. That's another topic. Either way, yes, you can, in theory. In theory, you can. And as a matter of fact, I think in practice you should. Because those things are stepping on each other's groove. I think you should offset that groove a little bit. It also is very centered, but if you call and response it, I think that should resolve itself. Let's talk about this last little section here, because You at some point asked if it was too long. I felt like it was too long as of this section, not because it was time-wise too long, but because it was busy. And I was kind of like wondering when one thing would take the lead or another. By the way, the kick is sufficiently loud in this section, I will say. As a matter of fact, I would say the drums in general could come back in the mix ever so slightly. That's your snare and your cymbals, I believe, can be nudged back a little bit. They're also very mono. Very mono. Yeah, that cymbal, again, if you wanted to like evenly pan it to the left and right to create some more high-end space, maybe replacing where the piano is, and then the piano can come to the center and we have now suddenly a bit more of a spectrum on it. Maybe that's where we want to go.
Peas ma hakkab hea ja läheb soojaks, jätan tunded enda teada, mõnel kaasa karjun valjult nagu rükkaks terve staadion, muusikas on kõik.
Chaos. Chaos. So much is going on here. And like so much is like the volume of those. That's fine. Whatever. That you want to have those in there as a textural thing. Fine. But they're like lead volumes still. Got to move those back. The main vocals, we got to move that. We got to move those forward. We got to move that rapping forward. The saxophone, again, call and response. Although I will probably think, and I think you might agree, there's not going to be much space for a saxophone to call and respond with this guy rapping because this guy is just ripping. And that's fine. It is the end of the song. Are we bringing intensity back up? Okay. Just keep an eye on that because the rapping does bring intensity back up. Especially if you're filling all that space with words, think about that for a moment. Yeah, the ad-lib vocals are way too loud or should probably completely remove maybe, or maybe just reduced. The call and response there is sax and guitar. Yeah, okay, so you have a sax and guitar call and response while your lead vocals are rapping, and there are doubles on top of your lead rapping. And there's the ad-lib vocals. Do you see where I'm going with this? Is like there's a lot of lead. And this is my point that I said at the beginning. Prioritize. Prioritize what you want to feel in that moment because you can't have like 3 lead elements is enormous. That is pretty much the maximum that a human is capable of understanding. If you put 2 different vocalists and a guitar solo at the end of a song at like the last big peak of the last chorus, that's pretty much the capacity for human understanding in terms of the masses, musically speaking. So consider that. Consider, do you really want 4 or 5 lead elements playing at the same time? No, you don't. You do not. Do you even want 3? I would say no. I say you can interact with 2 at a time, and then 1 can switch out with another, so you have 2 elements at every given time switching out with a third. There are ways of doing this, but yeah, very busy, was afraid of that. After listening to this for 1,000 times, priorities go missing. Yeah, context goes out the window. Absolutely. Hard, real hard to like negotiate and navigate that balance. I know that. I feel this very deeply, very, very deeply. Perhaps it's time to give it a minute. To just give it a week. Maybe if you don't have that kind of time, maybe give it a couple of days. 3 days changes your perspective. It could change your perspective on life. 3 days, let alone your song. But I think at least 3 days, step away from this one. Don't even think about it. When you catch yourself thinking about it, think of something else. Like, no, we don't need to think about this. We don't need to have ideas. If you get inspiration on how to improve your song, well, then that's a different thing. But I would say, even if you feel inspiration for this kind of stuff, step away from it for at least 3 days. Context is everything, my dude. At some point or another, you lose it. And you cannot be objective, physically speaking. You cannot be objective when you lose context. Your mind is just not wired to do that. Again, we keep coming back to the mind today. It's crazy. But it's true. It's you need time. You need time. the last thing I was going to say about your song is an easy one, and I'm going to play it without even having the screen up. Your piano at the end is loud. Yeah, piano's loud. Bring it down. You're fading out. Simple put. The OG Bunny, we appreciate you meowing. We appreciate you subscribing at tier 1. We appreciate you as a person. We just appreciate you. Thank you very much for supporting the stream in the way you do. Yeah, dude, bring your piano down at the end, and we're pretty much good, because that's that last sort of little thing that needs to just be tweaked. But that's an easy thing to do. Easy thing to do. Either way, that's pretty much all I had to say. I hope, Christian Vool, that this does give you some guidance in what you may consider necessary or not. I think the thing that is the most necessary, Christian, is to step away from your track for at least 3 days, if not a week. Doctor's orders. Yeah, I think that's the most important thing. And then do the things that we said you should do for this song, because I think, again, it's really a cool song. Guys, I want to once again express the gratitude I have towards you guys for like letting me listen to music that is really cool in its essence, in its existence, in its understanding of the universe's nature. Went a little deep there. I appreciate that. Like, I really do. OG Bunny, thank you. I must be grateful to you for also supporting the stream in the way that you do by gifting subs. We appreciate that as well. But I want to like express gratitude to all you for making music that is like genuinely really interesting and allows me the creative challenge of seeing how we can make it just that extra nudge up the scale of excellence. So that opportunity for me is gold, and I appreciate that. And on top of it, you guys are supporting me and allowing me to do this. Nothing but gratitude coming your way, guys. Truly, nothing. I'm just going to keep doing this because you're awesome. That's just the way it is. But either way, Christian Vool, thank you for allowing us to listen to this song online together, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. We appreciate you. We appreciate you supporting the stream by also being a tier 3 subscriber. It's not about this, but it's also kind of about this in that if I can do this more, I will. If you guys tell me you want me to do this like more days of the week, if I'm able to sustain that, I'll do it. Cool, let's do it. And it's by doing that that you allow that to become possible. So I appreciate you for that. Thank you again for the cool music, and thank you for trusting us with your track. We're going to be moving on here, folks. Christian, stick around, of course. You may hear something in the next song. Although I must say, Ron Chaser TV, I have not seen you, if you are indeed in this chat. I've not seen you very active in this chat. And I don't believe you are in this chat, so I believe we'll be skipping over you. I Love You Too got an ad. Well, is it your turn? Is it your turn? I do not know. Let's find out. It is. So we will wait for you. The OG Bunny, do I get a skip? No. Was there a notification that I missed? Hold on. Let me make sure that I didn't miss anything. No, you didn't cheer the 500 or donate the 5 or be the top gifter of the month. So I don't think that that's how that works. Yes, we'll hang out here. I can learn from whatever style when it comes to music. That's very true, guys. There's a lot of times where I'm reviewing like drum and bass, and it gives me idea for like death metal and like alternative rock. It's really, 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 really cool. I'm gonna just close a couple of these links here because we've got I Love You Too up, and it's also 2 Archive is the name of the project. Subbed and gifted. Okay, I thought it was otherwise. I haven't been here in a minute. So, let's actually, but just before we jump into your track here, to Archive, aka I Love You Too. I Love You Too. The way it works is, first of all, you join. Then if you want to skip, 500 bits or a donation of $5. And the top gifter of the month, in this case, Christian Vool, would inherently not need to pay to skip or donate bits. And that's how you do it. that's pretty much how you do it. There you go. So thank you for skipping, first of all, and supporting the stream in the way that you do. What we're going to do is we are going to jump you ahead of the line, therefore putting you just behind I Love You Too. We're going to do I Love You Twos and then move to you, too. The OG Bunny 911. But yeah, thank you. I love seeing that sort of shape of events. All right, Nothing to You by the 2 Archive. We're gonna listen to the entire thing, and then we're going to be hitting up OG Bunny. So here we go. Interesting, to say the least. Short and sweet. I wonder if you're planning on expanding it. Still a demo. No samples used. Still no master. Hawk Tua. You're really into that Hawk Tua thing, eh? You really like that, eh? Okay. Enjoy. So let's talk about this song a little bit. First of all, the textures, again, are super cool and super well developed, and seems that you have a concept, texturally speaking. You have a concept. Galactic Neoblade, today I am counting on you for the collab. I'm counting on you. That's also sadly what she said, but I'm counting on you. You're consistent. You got this. So yeah. The textures that you have developed are super duper cool and super duper thick and juicy and kind of like swirly at the same time, as what I want to say. Super airy, but like still movement. Like the air is not just air, like floaty air. It's movement air. So that's why I call swirly, because it's constantly shifting, it feels. Let's listen to the top of this here. I think the intro's a little long. I feel like you could cut this in half and accomplish the same mission, to be honest with you. Yeah, I don't think it needs to be 16 seconds long. 15 seconds arguably long. I think it could be like 7, 8. Half the amount of bars and you're good. Okay. Rip your lyrics was my first note, believe it or not. I can't understand what you're saying. You said that the mix is kind of bad. I say it's also a way of like recording or a way of like rapping or singing in this particular case. It's not like there's not much emphasis on your consonants. Is it mumble rapping? No. Is it mumble singing? Maybe. It's kind of weird either way. It's not really accomplishing understandability. Neither are my words though. So who am I to judge? Fuck. I hate my words shifting. My D&D players make fun of me all the fucking time for the same fucking thing. I say one word and they're like, really? Where in the dictionary is that one? Yeah, I know. You get me. It's just your vocals are incomprehensible. Which is a word. An actual word. And the way in that it's taking place is the mix is obviously one thing. There's a lot of high mids, a lot of high end, a lot of breathiness, and a lot of air, not a lot of low mid. And yet there's a lot of low mid at the same time. It just sounds over compressed in a way. Like it sounds like there's an OTT on these vocals, and not in the good way. Yeah, not a fan. Not a fan of that texture. Let's go to the chorus. So what I like is that we do have several layers of this. It's a little too overcompressed right off the bat. Like this thing slams into itself, and it's kind of unfortunate that I'm kind of missing some dynamics. I'm also missing some bass. But what I like is that the multiple layers of the strings and that little plucking ding, 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 I like that they sort of interact well. It's like very intense yet ethereal. I can respect that texture design. The textural elements are nice, if not undynamic and unsupported by bass. That note is plenty bassful. This one I feel like might be only sub. Let me go to the back of my room and find out, because that's where my sub point is. But I think we need more low mids on that note. Yeah, so it's an easy test for me. When I know that one note is missing some frequencies because someone else's system has a subwoofer in it that mine doesn't, I have a sweet spot right where I'm sitting, and that is sort of a very flat point. I go to the back of my room if I want to hear the sub, because the frequencies are physically longer, and I find out if there's enough bass or enough sub, but here, that second note, your root note, which is, if I'm being honest with you, I wouldn't be making this point if it wasn't the root note, but it is the most important note that you can have all of your frequencies covered, so you want to do that. Yeah. Currently saving for 5 push-ups. I love you too. That's funny. You do so because I have not done those in months. The OG Buddy, it sounded cute. It did sound cute. I want to make it sound cute but epic. You know what I mean? I need to make a Hawk Tuah dubstep song or electronic, remembering someone said that this stream. Yeah, go ahead. Have fun, honestly. At least have some musical fun with it, I suppose. Big D, hey Mike, not able to participate today because of work, but saw you were streaming. I wanted to say hey back at ya. Thank you for popping by. We appreciate your presence nonetheless. Okay. Let me give you a suggestion here. I love you too. I'll be a #1 fan of that song, OG Bunny. I mean, I'm sure it seems that they have expressed interest in that expression, so you might not be lying. I love you too. Let me give a suggestion about this section, because I've used this chord progression before in another one of my songs. Well, not my song, but a song that I produced for an artist. an artist that came to me with like a song idea and a chord progression and a riff and lyrics in mind, and we sat down together and just expanded that song to the max. We like maximized it, is what I guess is the point. And I've used this chord progression. This is my whole point. The flat sixth, up to the root note, up to the major third, and then back down to the flat seventh. It's a great chord progression. It feels very epic. Try an ARP right here. Are you not on standard tuning here, I Love You Too? Because my thing is slightly off pitch compared to yours. Are you in like 432 or something when you produce? Oh man, I'm not gonna try. I'm not gonna try it because it's gonna sound worse than it. It's gonna unemphasize my point. It's gonna like literally take emphasis away from my point. But yes, not standard. Sure. No worries. It's off. It's fine. It's cool. That accomplishes a lot of things. But yes, doing an ARP here. What I wanted to say was just, in my experience, that works really well with a chord progression like this. And then my guitar was like just the antithesis of my own point. So I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I've already talked about this, but it feels like your things are in squash, but you have said it's not mastered yet. That is something you did mention right here. So, fair, but I do feel like the dynamics are restrained. I feel like the dynamics could be used a little bit more headroom here. Every time we hear this synth, it kind of slams into itself. And it's a little bit to do with the sidechain. A little bit, but I think it's also to do with leveling and compression in general. It's that like the way that it's quivering with your compressor activated. It's kind of weird. It's just kind of not behaving, is what I think the word is that I'm looking for. But apart from that, dude, the weirdness at the end here. I think that's a really nice conclusion to your song. It starts in a similar way, so I'm okay with it. Maybe fade it out. It's an idea. I don't think it's necessarily going to add or subtract from your song, but maybe it'll just feel a little bit more like a loop from the start to the end of your song. It'll feel very circular, and people will want to like just keep looping this song because it will be able to sort of resolve itself in a way. I don't know, just an idea. Doesn't have to be done. It was a last sort of afterthought that I had, but it by no means is necessary. That's, I believe, all I have to say about it, though, too. It's a good track. It's really decent. It does, it does need some cleanup. It does need some work, if you will, and maybe some addition in the chorus. How do you feel about the length of the chorus part? I will say if you don't add something in the second chorus, it's going to be too long. You could make this two different choruses. You could have this sort of entire, going back to this here, you could have this entire section as like a middle part and cut this chorus in half and then double length chorus the after here. And that might work a little bit better, structurally speaking. But if you want it to be a short and sweet, sort of quick in and out journey, you could very well just add to this section here, and you'll achieve most of the goals that you need to achieve, I believe, for this song. But that's about it, I believe. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I love you too for trusting us. Nope. For, first of all, allowing us to listen to the song online, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. I enjoy a song like this. I enjoy something that's a little bit more breathy, a little more ethereal, and still intense. I like that. I think the way you've done that is almost to perfection. Needs a little bit of work in the ways that I described, but I think you could get there, honestly. I don't think you should have a problem. Either way, thank you for trusting us with your track. Appreciate you being with us today, and feel free to stick around as the OG Bunny already quick on the draw with the let's go gif. The emote of me literally just hyping someone that I was under. That moment was me expressing, explaining how a compressor works to someone who was getting into music production. And then when they got it and they resumed to me, like, so basically you want to do this when you want to do this, you want to do that when you want to do that. So I'm like, yes, let's go. And that was the moment of someone understanding something from my explanation. And I was very happy about it. So hopefully we have more of that in this following session. Either way, the OG Bunny, thank you for already subscribing, supporting the stream, skipping, the whole 9 yards. We appreciate everyone else's patience as we tear through this list. I will say that by the end of this... Oops, nope, didn't want to do that. Didn't want to do that. Damn it. Nope. Sorry. Hold on. Fucking hell. Sorry about that. I wanted to do Q because we hadn't seen the Q in a while. Guys, I actually talked to the developers of this Play with Viewers bot, and I tried to figure out a way where I can use it as a like an overlay on the stream, like on the screen somewhere. And they're like, "Oh, I think you could already do it." And I've not had luck doing it at all, but I would love to have the cue on the screen to the left, especially if we're like here and like there's nothing going on this side of the screen. It's like we have so much room. Why the fuck wouldn't we? You know what I mean? So yeah, I've been like, I talked to them and they're like, "Oh, well, you know, it's something that you can maybe already explore doing." And I'm like, all right, we'll see. But anyways, yes, the OG Bunny, sorry about that. We are good. It was an accidental next. Yeah, it was my bad. Here we go. We got Bunny, Monolith in a B&B. That's a good song title. We're going to listen to all of this because the OG Bunny is a subscriber and we're going to talk about it afterwards. So let's listen to Monolith in a B&B by Bunny. Let's go.
You're moving the way you should. Everybody's watching you. I wanna make you mine. The way you're looking, the way you smile, it's like you put a spell on me. You're always on my mind, on my mind, on my mind. On my mind. On my mind.
Hey, no phone, who this? I'ma pull up in a brand new whip. You go try me, that's real stupid. Go all out, it's all I do, babe. Hey, can somebody give me two of these? Ain't got time for the birds and bees. Making money overseas, I do what I please. 1, 2, 3, 4, como un papi, dale pa' abajo. 4, 3, 2, 1, papi, dale duro. I don't think you speak the language, but I know you understand me.
Okay, hold up. Okay, hold up. What? That was very random. Okay, so I have a lot of notes, but like they're mostly I don't even know what the hell they are. Like, okay, so let's just start at the beginning. First of all, let's say I agree with I Love You Too. It's nuts. It's crazy. It's really weird. It's chaotic. It's a bunch of things. It's a lot. But it's original. Holy shit, it's original. Let's talk about this for a little bit. Let me just listen to this intro and the way that it starts, or not the intro, but like the start of the song. I don't love the way that it sort of just starts. It just starts cut. Like it maybe just export your song with a few bars. Just a bar, not even a bar, like literally one beat more, so that you don't get a weird export cut like this. I thought it was my computer doing something, but I just don't love that. It sounds kind of sloppy. I hear it often too. Like, do people not know to like back up the start of their songs to when the song actually starts and not, or before the song actually starts and not at measure 1-1 just because it's 1-1? Anyways, back up your shit.
Way you're moving, the way you should. Everybody's watching you. I wanna make you mine. Way you're looking.
Rhythmically speaking, I was lost in this intro section. I was trying to cling to a beat, and then it's when I realized that it was the wobble that was the most steady thing, then I clued in and I was with it, but like it's really fluid and very weirdly kind of not on a grid at the beginning. It's kind of very fluid.
The way you smile, it's like you put a spell on me. Always on my mind, on my mind. On my mind. On my mind.
So, I don't know if that is the way to jump into a song, but I don't know that it's not, because I love that. I don't know what it is. It's just so... Here we go. You're in it. Welcome to the track. Boom. And it's not even your weirdest drop. It's actually pretty dun 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 dun. So I like that. Crusoe Music voted. Cool. Congrats, my dude. Thank you for contributing to democracy in a very small way and yet in a very important way. It's the best I could. That's the best I got. I don't want to talk about politics more than that. Then it gets weird. Right off the cuff, we're jumping in not only to a full drop, we're dropping into weirdness now. We're dropping into very staccato, sort of choppy, synthy, sort of dubstep feel a little bit. Which I'm okay with, but it's a little early for that. I don't know that it's been quote unquote earned yet. I don't know that there's been enough tension for this much release, I guess is where I'm getting at. I'm okay with the first half of the drop, but I would have maybe introduced some of this part that you've got going on here.
This, I'ma pull up in a brand new whip. You go try me, that's real stupid. Go all out, it's all I do, babe. Hey, can somebody get me two of these? Ain't got time for the birds and bees. Making money overseas. I do what I please.
And then I would have maybe gone into something like, or maybe even just let this rise.
Dos, tres, cuatro, como un papi, dale pa' abajo. Cuatro, tres, dos, uno. Papi, dale duro. I don't think you speak the language, but I know you understand me.
You know, maybe that section has to come right after, like we put this like rapping section here, right after the first sort of simple drop, and then we get the chaos after. And then I would maybe cut away from the chaos earlier, because this is a lot. It's a long time to be in that chaos. And we have such a short little like stub of a drop here. Why wouldn't we bring some of that energy We cut this in half, cut this entire section in half, take that other half and attach it to the end of your song. You got yourself a fucking beat, my dude. I'll tell you that. Because this is a whole lot. Woo! Woo! I remember feeling the same thing that the first time I listened to that. I was like, oh, those dirty triplets. Oh, they're dirty. I like them. But so much all at once and so much to take in. The other comment that I have for you, maybe to alleviate some of that and to like create some contrast, but within itself kind of give it a different palette each time. I don't know how much you fuck with reverb throw on and throw offs, but it sounds like you might have been able to work that a little bit more into your crazy chaotic staccato drop. It feels like you might have experimented a little bit more with the throw-ons. Just because I hear a lot of very cool synths, very present and very large, but I don't hear them, far back or midway or even close up with only a little bit of reverb. I don't hear a lot of that. So that's something, I guess, to consider. Maybe? I don't know. I've already talked about diverting and inverting the drop lengths. I would also like for there to be a little bit more insistence on a rise here. Let's go to this section back down here.
Guess what? I'm looking down on every single.
And I'm cool the way it drops in again when it silences and then it comes in with some intensity. I'm cool with that. But I feel like there should be a little more insistence on a feel of a build or something like that. Something like a riser, something like ascending rhythms, something that just accentuates the rise before the final drop. Because again, earn your tension, then release. It's got to be stated. It cannot be overstated. Earning your tension is so important. So fucking important. But that was my last note, dude. That was really good, honestly. Super fucking weird. And I like super weird. I like super weird a whole lot. So much. But it has to be curated. Because weird is a necessary and important contrast to not weird. And if you don't play with that balance, you're not doing yourself any favors. You had the option to fuck with people's expectations and you chose not to. Because if you can do weird, that means you can do normal. It's just doing the thing that you're not doing. It's just like the invert. You're doing something that everyone's done before. So play with that a little more. Play with that structure a little more. Of course, I just like going for a drop after drop constantly in a way that's ADHD material. Yeah, but even ADHD people are going like, they're tuning out in their head. And I can tell you that because I have ADHD. Diagnosed. For real. No shit. Promise you it's true. I have ADHD. And when a drop like that takes so long to sort of resolve and rebuild tension, it doesn't matter how much stimuli that I have. My own head is enough stimuli for me to tune out. Pro tip. Like, don't know if people know this. You don't need to be the TikTok of music in order for ADHD people to lose focus on your music. Or rather, you can try being the TikTok of music to stimulate ADHD people to stay attuned to your music, but that's not the way you do that. There's a very specific way of building tension and releasing it that is far more effective for not only people with ADHD, but for the masses as well. It's the idea of if you can stimulate someone's attention with ADHD, then you can stimulate anyone's attention. The idea. But it's not always true. It's not always true. Either way, I thought it was a lot of fun. I thought it was a lot of fun the way it is. I thought that it could be more fun, and I think I've voiced the ways in which I believe that. But thank you, the OG Bunny. I appreciate you submitting the track allowing us to listen to it online together, allowing us to provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. We appreciate you bringing a track of this originality and this like textural intensity to the table, because it's just a lot of fun. It's just a lot of fun. And thank you for trusting us with your track. First, second, and third of all. So, Galactic Neoblade, don't miss a beat, my dude. Appreciate you. Appreciate you with us. Stick around, OG Bunny, as we continue on to Oreo Prodigy. Wonderful indeed. You are the greatest. No, you are the greatest. You're the greatest clapper in this stream, I promise. And the OG Bunny confirms such a thing. I do not believe that Oreo is with us right now. He is not, unfortunately. Well, that is unfortunate because I heard he was hype. That's the sound my bussy makes when I'm with the homies. I was not expecting that nature of that comment today on this stream. Yeah, rip Oreo for real, Cruzo. It's unfortunate. And I think rip Benjamin Rich as well. Although you're in the stream, Benjamin Rich, you with us right now? Benjamin Rich, I'm gonna tag you once more, and if you ain't with us, bye. Unfortunately, Oreo. It's unfortunate. The platform itself requires people to sort of be patient and to wait for their turn. It's just the way it works, priority and whatnot. And if you want to pay ahead to get ahead of the line, you can do that.
It's not that I'm not allowing you.
Yeah, Ben Rich seems to be in the chat right now, but is either AFK or is RIP themselves, unfortunately. I think we're going to be going to Cruzo Music next. Here we are. Cruzo, I know you're with us. You have been gifted a subscription today. All right. So, yeah, 3-minute track. I don't believe you've been, I don't know if you've been on the stream before your, thank you very much, Food X Music, for the follow. We appreciate you being with us today. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, boy. I mean, do it. Do it. I will see what you got. You better fucking make it funny. You fucking better. It better be good. Is all I can warn you. We appreciate you following Kiko. Kiko? Whatever it may be. Folks, I'm going to close the queue in a few minutes. So anybody who's in the chat right now and who has not submitted or has not joined the queue, speak now or forever hold your beats. I like that one. Command join to join the queue. The Studio Mike's Bussy Remix contest about to go hard. Yeah. I can't wait to see what that yields. Have fun, guys. I mean, that's all I can say. It's been done. Is like also what else I can say? Everyone lock in or forever die. Y'all are having too much fun with this. You better make it funny. That's all I'm saying. All right, here we got For a Long Time by Cruzo, a drum and bass track. We're going to listen to pretty much the entirety of this. The end is a fade out anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Here we go. For a Long Time by Cruzo. Let's listen together and we'll talk about it after that.
and the mysteries run cold. While we're here, I can't remember. I don't wanna see you. I don't wanna see you. I don't wanna see you for a long time. For a long time. I don't wanna see you. I don't wanna see you for a long time. You were falling straight. It was all that I could see. Couldn't stay like that forever. But now the fire's turned cold and the mysteries run cold. While we're here, I can't remember. I don't wanna see you. Yeah, I don't wanna see you for a long time. But I don't wanna see you for a long time. Yeah, I don't wanna see you for a long time. I don't wanna see you for a long time. I don't wanna see you. I don't wanna see you for a long time. For a long time. I don't wanna see you. I don't wanna see you. Yeah, I don't wanna see you for a long time. But I don't wanna see you for a long time. Yeah, I don't wanna see you for a long time. I don't wanna see you for a long time.
Okay, that was impressive. That was impressive in a great way, actually. I'll start by saying that. It's like big, it's fat, it's loud. We'll talk about whether or not that's the best option for this song or not. But it is loud. I feel like I had to lower it a little bit in my in the overall mix. Then I realized it was too low for you guys. Galactic Neoblade, not disappointing as always. I appreciate you with us for that. It was a very beautiful track indeed, Galactic Neo, and cinematic as well. The OG Buddy. I was gonna skip as that finds once more. If not, if okay, it's okay. If not, I'm just curious. I feel like a skip per day is already quite annoying to the people that are in the line. And though I understand paying for the privilege of it is a privilege, I think that money can only get you so far in terms of experience. So I want to say no for today. We'll talk about it more, but if you are looking, the OG, for some like more in-depth analysis of another track or something like that off stream, it's always a possibility to speak with me, because we can hook up for a private session as well, open a project, something that's a little bit more in-depth, and that could possibly be maybe a bit more productive and constructive. But yeah, for today, I believe we're going to stick to the line order, as it's already been 3 hours that I'm streaming, and we do still have at least, 5 people more? Yeah, 5 people after this one. But we will talk about it either way, man. I will let you know. I appreciate you being willing to support the stream in the way that you do. Okay, let's go back to the top of this track here, and let's talk about it, Cruzo, because again, I really liked it. I really did. Super cool sound design. Those little pauses, those little things that you do where it's like you're building up, silence. What? I love that. I love that. It's super cinematic. It's really, really, really nice. So it's just a tiny detail that I'm like, as someone who makes sound happen through speakers, I can respect.
I don't wanna see you for a long time.
So we're already, here's the thing about these vocals. I think that they are very insistent from the beginning, and I get that it's your hook. I would maybe muffle them a little more. They're in throughout. It's going to be a comment with these vocals, but there's a lot of high-end energy, which I understand at some points is necessary for it to cut through the mix. Totally respectable, but it's a lot at the beginning. That plus the delay, I would make it actually warm sounding in that I would high cut at like 2K. You know what I mean? Muffled voice at the beginning. Hint towards it. Suggest that it's going to happen. Show, not tell. That's a good way of saying it, even though you're technically telling. But yeah.
You were far mystery. It was all that I could see.
Hi-hats stepping all over this vocals, by the way. Just letting you know. You might want to hard pan them left to right for this section. Because, like, they're all over the frequencies of your high end of your vocals. So yeah.
You couldn't stay like that forever. Now the fire's turned cold.
That's probably why you jacked up your high end vocal channel. So the high end on your vocal channel so much is to compete with these hi-hats. When you all along you realize that you can just spread them apart or like dull the hi-hats as well. Totally a viable option of like cutting some of the high end off of that hi-hat. But again, if you want to keep high energy in the rhythmic element, I understand. Spread that shit.
And the mysteries run cold. While we're here, I can't remember. I don't wanna see you. I don't wanna see you.
How are you going to say it's not big? I feel like it's very hype compression, like very over compressed a little bit throughout. When we get to the drop, it does sort of justify itself. It is very loud and juicy in the drop. But I feel like it's just a little too hype over compression. It's like really slammed.
I don't wanna see you for a long time. For a long time. I don't wanna.
Those moments where your main synth's decay or sustain fades out, whichever setting you've programmed it to, when it fades out and there's nothing there except for the beat, I'm like, feels like something's missing in those sections. I don't know. Maybe. Why are you so red-faced, Mike? Am I? Am I really? I didn't think I was. I've done white balance on my camera, so I don't know if that's the case or if it's just my the lights in my room or something like that. Maybe I need more light on me. Am I red-faced, guys? Or is it just maybe me like rubbing my face before? I'm not sure. It's super weird. I didn't notice. My camera doesn't seem that way, but anyways. Might be red-faced. Who knows? Yeah, those moments of void are something that kind of something registers to me as not right. I don't know what it could be or what it actually is, but something registers to me as not right there. No, suddenly you become like a tomato. I'm not joking. Hope you are well and not constipating. I'm okay. I'm fine. Thank you, though. That's the slammed comment that I had where it was like super compressed. The reason that I sort of feel this way is because I feel that like the entire track we've said it is very loud, and whether or not that's a good or bad thing is another discussion. But it feels like the lowest peaks, the lowest parts of your song, like these moments here.
I wanna see you for a long time. But I don't wanna see you for a long time.
The volume difference is very minimal. Like the headroom that you leave yourself is not necessarily, like this section is nice. This section is an actual relief from what I'm describing right now. But the rest of the song feels very thick and very close to zero and very close to -5 LUFS almost the entire time. And we have very little relief from that. Your integrated LUFS must be like 3 or 4. And that must be like the limit that your dynamic range has, because everything is so thick and juicy all the time. We have very little come and go movement otherwise. We do have it in select key moments, but usually there's something else that's very big filling up that space anyways. I'm not sure I love that. The other thing is there are moments where your delays can not exist. It's politely saying that you should probably consider throwing on your delays rather than leaving them on. Let's have a look at a section I thought about. It's funny, you applied the vocals here that I would have put at the beginning. That's funny. I think you should put those vocals at the beginning as well. It'll make it much more of like a circle, much more of like a looping sort of sound, like you're really getting the closure is what I guess I'm saying. That wasn't the section that I'm looking for. I'm looking for a section where the vocals delays were like just stepping on themselves. I guess it was here, but I don't know, man. I've heard throughout this song delays on the vocals, and I think you should be a little bit more selective with your delay anyways. I think you should choose key moments, key words, key phrases, key turnarounds to apply delay on. Otherwise, we kind of lose context as to what the purpose of the delay is in the first place. Is it just to universally declare, oh, my vocals are spacey this song? Okay, what if we picked our moments for spaciness? Bope, as we say in Italian. Bope. I don't know. But that was my last comment. I gotta say that, like, on an overall scale, this song rocks. This song really pumps. It has a lot of hype moments. It has a lot of cinematic moments. It has a lot of moments where I'm looking forward to the next section. So that, I think, has been achieved in this song. Now there's just a couple of key little things, including considering, let's talk about just this for a second. Consider turning your track down. It's fucking loud. I respect the volume war. I respect it. Do I think there is any end in sight to the volume war? No. No. We will find continued ways to technologically raise the volume that we can achieve our tracks, and it'll never stop. And I think we should all agree on a level. I think we should all figure out a level that we can say, this is the level music should be at. It's the same volume as the other music I listen to. Well, yeah. Again, in the volume wars, a lot of producers, especially in drum and bass, oh my god, it's like the number one offender of this rule, and dubstep. The volume wars are super duper real, and everybody's competing against one another. And then you come into like rock and alternative and even metal, like even death metal, like black metal, stuff that is meant to be listened to loud. They're mixed and mastered at a reasonable level that if you turn it up to your normal volume, you're not surprised unpleasantly. And it's happened a couple of times in the stream where I'm like, oh god, ow, that's painful. And I don't love that experience. So I sort of am perpetuating an idea of let's all agree on a level. Let's all say minus 10 LUFS. That's my arbitrary one. That's the one I'm going to be saying from now on. Let's all agree on minus 10 LUFS. So that music as a whole can all be judged on the same platform. And let that platform not fucking be fucking loudness. fucking loudness. I like -9. I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. It's not unreasonable. -9 might be the threshold that everyone agrees upon. That one is like -5. I know. It's scratching -4 if my eardrums and my tinnitus are have anything to say about it. But -9 might be the level that everyone agrees upon. There's a lot of platforms that already have -9 as a sort of a standard. I like +8. Get the whole fuck out of this argument. I think the idea of a universal level of loudness is like it's a fantasy naturally, but it's where I could try. Tear out. Oh yeah, dude, that's like some fucking airplane jet engine bullshit. I'm not here for it. Either way, Crusoe Music, thank you for allowing us to listen to this wonderful track. Truly well composed, well designed. It has some tweaks to be done to it to make it perfect, but doesn't everything. Thank you for allowing us to listen to it online, provide comments, criticism, analysis, feedback, what have you. You know how we do. We appreciate you being here. We appreciate you supporting the stream in the way you do. And just submitting music is a lot of fun. So either way, thank you for trusting us with your track. We appreciate you. Stick around as we knock off one by one the people on this list, including Galactic Neoblade, who has been Clapmaster 6000 for this stream. I officially bestow upon you the title of Clapmaster 6000. I'll clean it up a bit, and then I think it's about ready to go out. I believe so. And by the way, Crusoe, my loudness wars comments, they're just my opinion. Definitely compete in those wars should you decide that that's what's valuable to you. I just think we should all value something else. But yeah, I mean, minor tweaks. Galactic Neoblade, yes, it is the time. And yeah, Kiku, there is a queue, but it should be closed if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's closed. I closed it. My mistake. I did not announce it for all who are like not seeing the notifications, which it does sometimes. This is what you guys should have seen like 20 minutes ago. Like this is the notification that did not pop up for some reason. I have a composing, no feedback yet, depressed, but next time maybe. Here's what we're gonna do. Galactic Neoblade, I've already called up your track. Kiko, you're already on the list. Dude. You're already on the list. Why are you depressed? Why do you depress? You are already on the list. You are 6th on the list. You don't worry. You don't need worry. No worry need. Either way, there's a bunch of these people who probably left. And the OG Bunny has already submitted a track today, so we won't be doing a second one for that. So, yeah. Bro, everything's shit this week. That sucks to hear. We will talk about it if you wish to use your review to talk about your shitty week. We can do that. But until then, Honor and Violin. Interesting song title. Galactic Orion is the artist's name. Coming at you by Galactic Neoblade. So, let us... Food music, I see you. I see you, SpongeBob meme. I see you with us. Thank you, by the way, for sticking with us. We appreciate your patience. Let's listen to Honor and Violin by Galactic Orion. Let's go. Hey man, I fucking knew it. I heard that first riff, that thing that, is it a guitar? Is it a violin? What is it? It sounds so similar to one and the other. It's this textural, it's a texture, it's a sound in the AI music. And I was like, I have heard this one too many times, but it's okay. I got that AI detector. Yeah, I know what you mean. I told you I knew what you were thinking. You did. You called it, as a matter of fact. Yeah, this is absolutely AI. There is always a tell. There's always a tell. Unfortunately for the people. But yes, Galactic Neoblade. Here's the thing. It's cool. I like AI music. I fuck with Suno every now and then. It's a lot of fun. Prod by me. What is that? Proby Dime. It's different. Yes. Galactic Neoblade, you deserve a clap for yourself. Absolutely. You still do. Because here's the thing. You entered those Prob by Dime. Okay, I got you. Dime, what's up? Welcome to the chat with us. So if someone wants to fuck with AI and comes on here and says, "Hey, I made this AI track," cool. Sure. I listen to anything. I don't discriminate. I've said this many times, and that's fine. It's when someone says, "Hey, I made this track. How's it sound?" and then it is AI deceptively. I'm like, first of all, good luck. I've done a video about this. I forget which video it is. Long time ago, someone tried to pass off their work as AI. Or pass off AI as their work, and I was like, "Is that AI? Is it like?" And they're like, "No. Maybe the vocals were made by my buddy. Maybe he used AI." And there was a whole story and a whole drama behind it. But since then, I've been like fucking specifically with AI to know like what the kind of sound it has. But no, in your case, Galactic Neoblade, this is totally cool. This is totally cool because we're claiming it is what it is from the start, and we're able to appreciate it together. And it's pretty cool. It's like, it's very Nintendo meets, I don't know what, it meets Irish music, I guess, meets like Celtic traditional music. And that's cool. I'm okay with that. It's like, it's a cool experiment. It kind of makes me want to record the real version of it, if you get my drift. It kind of is great inspiration. It's kind of a great jumping off point. Then you get real artists to record this kind of stuff, and it's really fucking cool. That's awesome. That should be what AI is for, to empower creativity, to be a jumping off point. That's what it's there for. I enjoy listening to this as much as you. So what we're gonna do, Galactic, Trevor May and the Nomads. I see. That's a good band name. Thank you for following. Appreciate it. Sure, please. That would be an honor. We're going to listen to it again. We're going to just enjoy it together again because it's AI. I'm not going to comment on like what I would fix. It's AI. It cannot be fixed. It is what it is. And we're going to just enjoy it again together. Like, it's a lot of fun to go through. It's a lot of fun to journey on this adventure. We'll talk about how we feel a little bit, where the twists and turns are. We talk about the moments where we have excitement, or where we have dread, or where we have like key crossing points plot-wise. We'll talk about that a little bit. But there's not really much else to talk about than the way we feel about it. Similar to ambient music. We're not going to be changing our mix. So, like, let's just enjoy it. Dime, how to get perms to post a beat. So, unfortunately for this week, the queue is closed, but it would directly be, as you see, in this chat. So, don't worry about a thing. Next week, we will surely be back on Tuesday, and we'll be able to get to your song at that time. But feel free to stick around as we listen to the rest of these beats, the rest of these people who've lined up for a while. And yeah, we will see you soon. Be sure, as you have already followed, be sure to keep your notifications on so you see our post next week. And that, let us listen to Honor and Violin once more by Galactic Orion, or by the program used by Galactic Orion. And let's just enjoy ourselves. Let's just have some fun. What? R.I.P. headphone users. My apologies. The levels on this stream are in constant flux. So appreciate you guys bearing with me on that. Because this would be a little too loud. So yeah. I mean, I had fun, right? I was adding a little bit into that in a very, haphazard way, but that's a lot of fun. It's a lot of listen, it's inspiring. It's inspiring. It is what it is, right? The chord progression, it's a lot of the tonic, flat seventh, flat sixth, playing a lot with the as well with the dominant. It's playing with that sort of inspiring series of chords that kind of make movement happen, I guess. Make like a plot line go forward, if you will. And I like that. I had a lot of fun. I mean, honestly, I think we could all enjoy AI together. I think we could benefit from it. It has a combination of many things that we value, especially if we put in the right cues. We are literally telling it, okay, these are what we value in music. Make something like what we value. It's a fun experiment. It's a fun time. And I think I had a great time either way. Again, not much to say in the work of creative feedback. This is more of a react, I guess, if you will. But that's all I can offer to something that was not created by a human. Good job. No, it's cool, man. I had a lot of fun. Either way, thank you for trusting us with your track. It was a great time. Truly. I got to improvise a little bit on the guitar. A little bit. You know what I mean? And you offered me more than enough. Well, I'm happy. We had some fun together, right? We got a fun time on this stream. You know what? While we wait for Le Poop Sock, I got to show you. Did I ever send it to my computer here? I wonder if I did. I bet I did. Feels like I would have. God, I have so many tracks that I have that I've been downloading for like practicing for like rehearsals and stuff. So I did an AI track as well. I fucked with it a little bit. And I thought it was really interesting. No, it's on this computer here. I got so many computers going, folks. And one of them can't handle anything, and the other can barely handle the other. Well, shit. So yeah, I did this. I'm trying to find it real quick. Here it is. I did this this AI track, and I basically based my song that I wrote for real. I'll play it first, and you'll see. Hold on a second. And you'll see, like, I'll play the song, and then I'll play the AI version with the same inputs. I said, like, the same style, the same sort of ideas as a song goes. There we go. Send the tune. And I let the fucking AI sort of think of something, and it came up with something semi-usable. All right, we've got it. So first I'll show you the original song, the song from my actual band.
Close your eyes and go to sleep.
All right. So that's the Suno makes it work. It's an AI. No, so that's not the AI. That's me. That's me playing rhythm guitar and singing. That's me mixing. I got it mastered by someone else, but that's someone else. That's the song that I wrote. Now, I'm gonna show you the video. Well, it turned into a video, but like I'm gonna show you the thing that came off of Suno because it's crazy. Because it's I won't say anything else. I'll just play it. Here we go.
Machine. And when you wake, know your soul is there to keep. You sound on the dotted line, but now you're in deep. But I ain't got nothing to say, but I know the price we got to pay. Who knew it'd be so hard to look the other way? Oh Lord, I pray, let the night become the day. Time for no more fun. Darkness follows quite soon after the sun, and the shadows will follow. You won't stop until they've won. But I ain't got nothing to say, but I know the price we got to pay. Who knew it'd be so hard to look the other way? Oh Lord, I pray, let the night become the day.
And that's where the free preview ended. But that's my point here, is like you throw a decent human guitar solo onto that, you re-record the vocals, you got like 2 different songs, but with the same, it's the same, it's crazy. It's crazy. I can't get over it. When the computer did this and was like, here you go. Also, here's a sheep. It's your first word of the song. So naturally, that's what we're going to put the focus on. Here's a sheep. It was great. I had a great time. It was such a cathartic and perfect first experience for me and AI with regards to music, because I see so many people complaining about it. Meanwhile, I'm here having the fucking time of my life making songs about sheep. You know what I mean? Like, I had a great time with this. And so many people are like scared of this, which, you know, rightfully so. It could strip creativity just as easily as it could give creativity if used in the wrong hands. But if we're transparent about it, we can have a great time, I think. Lo-fi doesn't need to be produced by humans, personally. I think there's enough samples out there of lo-fi that the computers can come up with the rest of the lo-fi playlists forever. And I think we'll be fine. Not to say that I wouldn't mind listening to some human lo-fi producers, but I think the necessity of that music is achieved through the bounds of AI. Fight me. You know what I mean? And obviously, Poop What's-His-Face is not with us, so I'm going to be skipping over them. Alden Kimberly, I don't think is here with us either. Let's see here. Nope. It's funny because Benjamin Rich is still technically in the chat lurking, but I don't think that's true. Food X Music. I hope you're back from the groceries, my person. I must sleep now because it's 12:30 and very tired. If you're getting up early, you better go to bed. That's for sure. Thank you, Galactic Neoblade. One last clap for us, shall you? Do you have enough channel points to make it happen? If you don't, I will make it happen. I promise you that. One last clap for Galactic Neoblade. Appreciate you being with us today, giving us a chance to enjoy some AI music just for fun. And with a flawless timing and a great exit. Good night to you, Galactic Neoblade. And perfect timing, Food X Music, who is back for their turn. I literally just called you in the queue. So give me a link, buddy. Give me a link. Galactic Neoblade, you've got me. I got you, babe. Gotta finish this roach at some point, you know? Food, oh, you're lucky, Food. I was about to pick up the guitar and stone you guys all with my playing. So you dodged a bullet there, buddy. Dead air is not good, as people in radio will tell you. And yet we're not on the radio. You are the Clapmaster 6000, Galactic Neoblade. Good night. Good night. We'll see you soon. Food X Music, otherwise known as Obelisk. I can't read the Japanese characters, but we're going to play this song. We're going to play 2 minutes of it, and we're going to talk about it after that. Let's listen to Anime Bay, You Totally Out Your Lane. I like that title. Let's listen.
Food X Music Exclusive.
That's where I'll stop it. That is approximately 2 minutes. Okay, pretty cool. I will talk a little bit more seriously here that the melody of the piano is super well composed. Okay, compositionally, it's really interesting straight from the start. The melodies that you have written are really nice. There's a lot of emphasis on the piano from the beginning, and then there's a continued emphasis on it later, but we do take a break in between, which I can respect. But I think we're going to talk a little bit about this. Actually, let's just jump in. Oh, he's in an ad. Shit. Fuck. Should have said something. I would have given the ad song. Nope, wrong chord. Either way, you're out of the ad. Doesn't matter. See, whenever there's an ad, I gotta fucking play the guitar for y'all. Ad song. Ad song. Anyways, let's talk about this a little bit. So, what I did say was there's a lot of piano up front. There seems to be a lot of emphasis on the piano throughout the song at various points, though we do take a break from that when the beat kind of drops. We do get a bit of a break from piano emphasis. But let's start from the top. It was super well composed. I don't know if you caught that part when I was saying that particular part. It's really well composed. It's like the melodies are super intriguing and super interesting. So, yeah, I like that. But I have to say the piano is a bit dry in a similar fashion. As much as interesting as the melody is, it also starts to lose interest over time. First of all, there is only piano in this entire section, and I could respect that. If the song was a piano piece, that would be one thing, but it's not a piano piece. I would say we'd be injecting elements midway through our piano performance, probably, so that we let people know that something else is coming. It doesn't have to be something that exists. It could be something that just insinuates that something is on its way. But I think it's important to let people know that something else is coming. Otherwise, if we just get piano and we're like, okay, well, that's fine, some people might just jump out around there because they don't think anything else is going to change. It's a remix. Cool. I have no idea about that stuff. For me, it could very well be an original. So I don't know. What I do know is that the piano does sound unhumanistic. I would personally try to humanize the piano a little bit. Let's listen in a little bit.
Exclusive.
Super interesting melodies, super interesting comps. It's great melodically. Performance-wise, it sounds just like a robot playing a piano. And I know that a lot of people think that that's an attribute, like a quality. I think it's a fault, personally. I think if you're hearing transparently that it's a robot playing, we should be like emphasizing that and not having a realistic piano tone necessarily. But we do have a really realistic piano tone. It's like we're sort of halfway, 1 foot out the door is, I guess, my point here. So personally, the first thing that I would do is make this performed properly. I'm not saying that I would have a pianist come in and record this. That's costly, to say the least. But I would find a MIDI performance of this piece somewhere, and then I would automate the shit out of it until it sounds like someone actually playing that fucking piano. Whether it has to be from different articulations in whatever DAW you're using, whether it has to be different velocities, whether you have to retime some notes to be slightly imperfect. I don't know what you have to do. Well, I do, because I would do it, but I would humanize that piano. It would be nice. It would make for a nicer song, I think. Especially with all of the beautiful melodies. And again, I don't know that it's a remix. You might as well have composed it for all I care. You know what I mean? But represent your song in the best way possible is my recommendation. Starting with the piano. And then, yeah, we talked about it, but at around this point... really nice arps, again, beautifully composed. But at this point, I would start introducing elements, other elements, maybe drums. Maybe drums would be cool, actually, like big real drums. It's an idea, I guess. Something. Rhythmically, it's like, again, I'm thinking in terms of like a drummer, guitarist, bassist, band perspective, because that's what I've grown up with all my life. But something's got to be there. It's got to fit. Whatever it is, it's got to fit. Because then you got this big section here, and it's 0 to 100, and I don't love that. Also, a riser would do really nicely here if you had a riser here, because especially the reason for which is because you yourself kind of cut out and drop into your drop. So I think you have an opportunity here to really build a lot of tension before your drop so that you earn the release. I've said this a couple of times. Earn your tension, earn your release. It's really, I must emphasize this point. I don't know. I just hear a riser there, I guess. Let's talk about this drop here. What is happening here is that this section is pretty big. I like the sound of it. I like the voice that's behind there that's kind of like adding this choppy sort of effect. I like the sound of your drums, the sound of your bass. Everything sounds okay. But your mastering is unfortunate because it is essentially as loud in your loud sections as it is in your quiet sections. And your piano-only section sounds comparable in terms of luffs and loudness as your drop. If I go back and forth. Relatively, because the piano's so frequencies are so punchy and dynamic in the midsection, and just like me, punchy and dynamic in the midsection, and this section is far more scooped in the mids, but far more present in the lows and the highs. The approximate loudness is very similar, and it is in no small part due to the mastering on this song, which is compressing your drop to utter hell. Oop, jeez, knocked my bottle aside. It is compressing your drop to utter hell. And that is unfortunate because it sounds like it could be a really big, juicy, dynamic drop. And even when I turn it up here, I don't really feel the impact as much as I think I should. If I fast forward a little bit here. Again, this section feels louder because those mids are coming back in at this point, and it sounds loud. It just sounds very, very loud at this point. Even though it's a build or like a post drop or like a break, it's not the section that should be the loudest in your song by any stretch of the imagination. But it is kind of, because it contains both those low lows and those really prominent piano mids. Yeah, I think we got a balancing problem in this song. I think we got to balance the volumes of your different sections far more just to the cause and then master accordingly. You might need to remaster this entirely. No, let me scratch that. You will need to remaster this entirely, I believe. Let's go to my last note here, and I believe it's for the end of this song, near the end of this section here. It was actually that section right there. So just be careful with the riff, because earlier on in this song, when you have those arps and the low chords playing at the same time, we had some high end to sort of carry us through and distinguish which notes were which. But when they're cut off this much, when they're sort of lo-fied, as I like to call them, when you've lo-fied your pianos to this extent, those notes are kind of stepping on each other, and it's all just this mass of piano notes, and it's not doing your song much of a favor. It's sort of just more of like I said, a mass of mids. Reconsider perhaps the way you EQ this piano, and if you do end up retranscribing, because I can tell that this is like ripped off of a recording somewhere. You said it's a remix, but like you ripped this somewhere off of some recording. If you do retranscribe your piano to MIDI regions, you will have the option of muting some and not the other, or like just the chords or just the arps. I recommend you give yourself that flexibility, because in this section, I would probably start by playing just chords, and then I would end up by playing just arps. And then by the time we replay those things with like more high end at the end of the song, which I'm assuming you did, let me just guess. Not even, you replayed it on the fade outs. That's even more unfortunate. Well, the point stands. I would liberate one hand of the piano from the other, so that you can choose which hands appear in which sections. Otherwise, you're making yourself some mid noise to work with, which is not impossible to mix. Just a challenge, an unnecessary challenge, I think. I don't think it adds, even knowing that it's a remix. I think you just keep one hand and you keep one and the other in various sections. It might do yourself some favor. You might do yourself a favor. But that's my last note on this. Otherwise, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool remix. I don't know the original, so I can't tell you if it's a just remix or if it sounds cooler than the original. But I can tell you that it's fun. It's fun to listen to. And yeah, that's pretty much the last thing I have to say about it, really. Thank you very much for allowing us to listen to it online, to provide comments, criticism, analysis, feedback, what have you. We appreciate the time. We appreciate your patience as you wait in line patiently for your turn. Hope you got good groceries. Thank you, Food Music, for trusting us with your track. We're going to move on, and we're going to skip through the next one, which is Theo G. Bunny, and we're going to go straight to the last one, which is Kiku. Kiku. Hit me with a link, my person. Very helpful for future work. I hope so. I hope so. Maybe helpful for present work. As in maybe rework some stuff. You might want that for your music. You might just. Or you do whatever you want. You know. I ain't the boss of you. Kiku, we are pulling up your track, and you will be basically the last, not basically, exactly the last review we will be doing on this day. Yep, it's pulled up. All right, cool. So we're going to be listening to 2 minutes of this, and we're going to be telling you what we think about it. Severed Promises, Mix 2, by Victor Kajtazaj. I hope I did that last name justice. And I'm sorry if I didn't. But either way, let's listen to about the first half of this song and talk about what we think. I like the artwork. I'll tell you that. I like the artwork very much. Very D&D. I could get down with it. Let's listen to what this says. Or what this does. to stop it there. I'm getting into this. I would listen to this whole thing, honestly. Really cool. This is absolutely soundtrack material. This is like a key moment in a movie where someone was betrayed that should not have been betrayed. This is good stuff. This is good stuff, dude. I composed a little bit of cinematic stuff myself, mostly, as a matter of fact, exclusively for the players of my D&D campaign that I DM. I wrote them themes. I wrote them musical thematics based on their characters and their goals and their aspirations and like their alignments as well, heavily influenced by that. And that's, really, I'll show you one after that actually resembles this a little bit. One that I composed for my girlfriend's character, actually. It's also a little bit about desolation in a way. But this is super cool. I have a couple of like constructive notes, but I don't have many because I honestly am struggling to find things to improve about this. This is very cool. The first one I would say, let's go right to the beginning here. Personally, I get why you would go with the vocals an octave up that, or like that octave that octave precisely, I guess is the word I'm looking for. The fact that the violins play the same melody right after makes me want to say to bring the octave down one, like make this the singer sing at the like that pitch, so that when it expands to the violins, it sounds like it's kind of evolving, because otherwise this is starting high and then staying high kind of thing. I don't know. Maybe it's an idea. But I get why you would start at this point, because it's very light and ethereal. One thing I know is that when she does go up on this point here, it gets a little loud for one or two notes, personally. So I would keep it either very background or keep it very forward. Or a better blend of that, really. This kind of music is for a specific game. Bloodborne has a lot high vocals. I see Bloodborne. Yeah, okay, cool. I don't know Bloodborne very well, be honest with you. The other constructive note that I have is specifically for the melodies at some point. Let me go to this section, I think. The melody is very, thank you, by the way, 931K, to appreciate you joining the stream, but unfortunately we are just about to finish up for the day. You've already followed, so the next time we go on live, keep your notifications on, and we'll be happy to accommodate you on the next stream. If you come in early, usually you get a spot early, you'll be able to get in while the getting's good. Otherwise, we come to this point and there's pretty much the end only. So these melodies, these violin melodies specifically, but a little bit throughout in general, Kiku, the melody is very up, back, down, up, then down, then back up, then kind of down a little bit, but then high up, then back down. It's the melody doesn't follow I don't have the vernacular for classical composition, but the melody doesn't have a path that it follows. It's very wandery. It kind of just follows the general feel of the song, which is an approach. I just feel like it's lost. It's kind of lost a little bit. And it's unfortunate, because I feel like, well, I don't know if it's unfortunate, but I just feel like a little bit of guidance melody-wise, like especially on your main violin melody, on the one where you've soloed it out on one particular fiddle. I feel like there should be a quest of sorts. You know, each instrument should know exactly what they're doing, just like the rest of them in the accompaniment and in the rhythmic structure. It's like your other instruments are very well defined on a journey, and there's one that is kind of just standing out going, I don't know what to do. Now that is very severed promises, if you will. Now, will you, is the question. But, yeah, it's very, I'm lost after having been betrayed and I don't know what to do. I'm kind of wandering and my sense of self is in danger almost. So it exudes a certain emotion for sure. So if you're going for that emotion, that's good. But use it with caution, because that same effect could make us disconnect from the song, because we don't feel any, respectfully saying, any point to keep listening if the song is just going to be wandering about. And I say that respectfully, because again, there is a point to the rest of it. It's very well structured and very well organized. It's just the main melody kind of wandering about for the entire song is not somewhere that many people will stay willingly. That's how I want to say that. Yes, it was about my relationship with my ex. I see. Believe me, I see. Yeah, that sucks. What else can we say about that? That fucking sucks. Yeah, I hope that is resolved by this point, emotionally speaking, for you, Victor. But can't really help you with that, as I am in a relationship myself, so I can't really patch the hole in that way. But I'm fine now. This track was the result of it. Well, oftentimes that is almost the result of heartbreak. For musicians especially, and for composers especially, that is kind of one of the consequences of breaking a musician's heart, is getting some really emotional shit written about you or about the situation, whatever it may be. So you got to beware when you're dating musicians. It's just the facts. That is pretty much the only other constructive note that I had. I did want to say I enjoyed it. This is the kind of stuff that I would probably put on during a D&D game where I need something that is almost borderline battle music, but isn't quite battle music yet. Like keeping my players on edge so that they don't know if a bad guy is going to do something fucking crazy and epic, which of course that they are going to do. But the last two parts are different. Well, let's listen to the last two parts real quick. Yeah, this is absolutely battle music. This is absolutely music that I would put on right at the beginning, the tension where the enemy has decided that they are going to do something about whatever the fuck the heroes are doing. They have decided. Then there's a moment of panic for the players. Then the tension kind of dies down a little bit. Then the tension steps back up. And then the enemy does something fucked up. So the enemy fucks those players up. Like the enemy drops like a nuclear bomb on the bitches. Yeah. I'm feeling I'm channeling my DM right now. I'm like feeling that like, oh, this is good music to like orchestrate an encounter to. Like, I'm gonna save this one. I'm getting excited. I'm gonna be like, oh, I need to think of something that an evil person in this campaign would do, and I want to like, I want to get up to shenanigans and make my players regret their decisions and their life decisions up until this point. You know what I mean? Do I think it's ready for upload? I think it's close, dude. I think you got to maybe just re-examine the dynamics of those specific moments where I was talking about the vox octave, the vocal octave, maybe the melodies. Make sure that they're not too dissonant and that they don't disconnect you from the actual like subject matter of the song, and that they're still your emotions are remaining intact throughout. Just make sure that there are no moments that are too dissonant is, I guess, what my point is. Because it has a really nice flow to it otherwise. It has a story being told to it. So once you've checked off those boxes, go through your song on an impersonal level, ask your trusted, closest musician friends that you know to, like, check the same things, see if there's any moments where they feel like more disconnected from the song or from the emotions. And after you check those boxes, I think it's ready for upload at that point, specifically. Is the quality good? The quality is quite good. What do you use to produce? I was meaning to say, I get good results out of Logic Pro. I'm going to show you, like I mentioned, I do compose a little bit of music for my D&D table, which I'll show you right now, as promised. But you use FL Studio? That shit sounds good, man. And Cubase. Sounds pretty good. It sounds pretty juicy. I'm not gonna lie to you. It sounds fat. It sounds juicy. I'm gonna show you the results that I'm getting out of what's it called, Logic Pro. I'm gonna show you as well a dark theme, one that's meant to be for a player that is a sorcerer and a warlock, kind of following a dark path, kind of thing. That's why I thought it was kind of funny that you posted this, because, or not this, but what you did, because it's sort of dark oriented, this as well. there's more. It's a 6-minute track, so there's obviously so much more. But let's just say that's enough for now. Yeah, that is like, I got a couple of compositions that I'm really pleased with personally. That would be one of them. I would say I like it, but you need some contact libraries. Yeah, so that was, for me, the one that I had the most trouble making sound. Whoop, I'm still on my screen here. That was the one where I had the most trouble making sound kind of true to the instruments. There was another one that I was able to really like hone in the sounds and that I'm really, really proud of. Actually, let me show you that. Let me show you that real quick. It's really quick, actually. Where is it? Here it is. I'm particularly proud of this one. I appreciate you giving the feedback, but yeah, I would probably be due for some like good quality like orchestral suites, because Logic's ones are really, really good. But for the most part, I use only stock plugins when I mix. I feel like I'm limited by that in some capacities, but also empowered by that in some others. Stock or free plugins specifically. But yeah, I mean, I know that probably Kontakt is probably incredible for those kind of things. But I'm really happy about the concept that I've achieved here. The concept is really nice. So don't tell my players or anything, but that theme was written for one of my players actually know about this theme. I've already dropped it in our group Discord. But this theme has a counterpart, because the player who plays this character is married to another player in the same campaign, and they are married in real life, as well as in the campaign they play two halflings that are married. And so they came into this campaign as a sort of a package deal, if you will. And so I composed, the first theme that I composed for them was actually their together theme, the theme of them like united. Let me show you real quick. I'll show you the... That recorder always kills me. So yeah, I'm going to stop it there because that's plenty. But the idea, that was the first thing that I had composed, is that series of melodies stacked one on top of the other. And I just managed to slide one in after the other, after the other, after the other. And it just seemed to work. And I was like, I love the layers. But the reality is that section was dense, and it was going to be one of the apexes of this song. But the reality was that the rest of the song kind of needed to be divided between the two characters. They needed to each have their section in this particular song. And so I gave them each about 16 bars to play with, quote unquote, in this song. But I was like, that's not enough. They need each their own song. So I took those melodies from there and expanded that into, they basically have 3 themes. They have each of their own, plus their dogs, because they ride, they're halflings, they're hobbits, right? So they don't ride horses, they ride dogs. So I wrote each of their characters, plus their dogs, a melody, and a sub-melody, like a B melody. And then I wrote each of their characters a theme, and then both of their characters the Axel and Mabel theme together. I wrote it. That's actually the first one, like I said, that I wrote. And then I split the other 2 apart. But yeah, a lot of fun. It's a whole lot of fun to write for like people and for a purpose and for like a personality. It's fun to write for that. So when it comes to expressing yourself through composition, that's fun. That's a lot of, no, rather it's cathartic. It's cathartic. But when you're expressing yourself for someone else, specifically not someone who does something bad to you, but someone who like maybe inspires you, that's a lot of fun. That is a lot of fun. But one day, man, yeah, I see you. You want me to give you the meaty files? We can talk about all of that off stream. But thank you. I do agree. I think it is a really nice piece that I've written. I'm really happy with it, just like I'm happy with yours. And that's what you're missing. No chance to play somewhere. Yes, it messed up myself. I was angry. Didn't understand. Yeah. It's tough, man. When it happens to us, it's so tough to separate. We like take everything almost not personally, but like it's tough to divide the line between what we. It's tough, man. It's just a shit situation. It's not a situation. It's a shituation. And that is something that happens, unfortunately, way too often, is that we get ourselves stuck in a situation and we try to get ourselves back out of it. But the problem with being in a situation is that it clouds your judgment for how to get out of a situation, which is always fun. And I don't know how to resolve that necessarily. So, yeah. Sorry I brought this up, I guess. Yep. Anyways, thank you very much. So I was about to marry, but damn, back in the studio. Hey, man, that's one way of getting over it. One way of going about it is get back into the studio. Only trust your DAW. Man, that will bring us to the end of the queue. Again, Kiku, I would like to thank you for allowing us to listen to the song that we've provided. Be okay with us while we provide comments, criticism, analysis, feedback, what have you. We appreciate you and your track. We appreciate you and your music. Thank you for trusting us with it. And we hope to see you again next time. Hope you are well, my dude. Thank you for the song. Can't have feedback without the song. So thank you for that. We have reached the end of the queue, folks, and the queue is closed and we are done for the night. Thank you so much once again to all of y'all for submitting your songs. We'll be back next week, most likely. How uncertain does that sound, though? No, yeah, we will, for all intents and purposes, unless an apocalypse prevents us, be back next week. Shijo, thank you very much for the last minute follow. We appreciate it. Just as we're ducking out, now that you've followed, you'll know when we come back online, and you'll see, and we'll be able to perhaps listen to the music that you have. But until then, toodaloo, motherfuckers. Take care.
Well, it caught me by surprise when I looked into the eyes of a girl so beautiful and so delightful. With luscious hair and crimson skin, her passion knows no bounds. You'll fall in love with this courtesan tonight. She's your ruby, a singer by the sea, fulfilling all your fantasies. You're the ruby. If you follow down her arms, they'll always lead to more. Ruby, 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 ruby. What you got to say? Good times. These are the good times. Leave your cares behind. These are the good times. I said a hip hop, a hippie to the hip hip hoppy. You don't stop, a rocket to the bang bang boogie. So up jump the boogie to the rhythm of the boogie that beat. Now what you hear is not a test. I'm rapping to the beat, and me, the groove, and my friends are gonna try to move your feet. Stevie walks wearily down the street with the brim pulled way down low. Ain't no sound but the sound of his feet. Machine guns ready to go. Are you ready? Hey, are you ready for this? Are you hanging on the edge of your seat? Out of the doorway, the bullets rip to the sound of the beat. Yeah. You won't get much closer till you sacrifice it all. You won't get to taste it with your face against the wall. Get up and commit, show the power trap within. Do just what you want to, now stand up and begin. How do you think I'm gonna get along without you when you go? Took me for everything that I had and you kicked me out of my home. Are you satisfied? How long can you stand the heat? Out of the doorway, the bullets rip to the sound of the beat. Look out! Hey, hey, hey! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years in your eyes, and this chaos it defies imagination. Hey, 5, 6, 7 minus 9. What you got to say? We've arrived at panic station. So you go home, motel. What you gonna do today? Said if I get a fly girl, gonna get some spank and drive off in a Defo J. Everybody go home, motel, holiday inn. Say if your girl start acting up, then you take her friend. Good times. Dude, I totally miss you. I really fucking miss you. I'm all alone all the time, all the time. Dude, I totally miss you. The things we did together. Where have you gone? Totally miss the honesty and special times, and honestly, I totally miss the fucked up thing you do. Dude, I totally miss you. I totally miss you. Dude, I totally miss you all the time. in special times, and honestly, I totally miss the fucked up thing you do. Dude, I totally miss you. I totally miss you. Dude, I totally miss you all the time. Totally miss the honesty in special times, and honestly,